Okay. This is a pop-up stream. I managed to sleep all day and a little bit last night. I went to bed really early this morning. So I just woke up. Probably looks that way too, right? I'm trying to do something with my hair. You know, it is when you sleep on it. And backwards. I can't even tell which side's which. And I have so much to do. And so someone suggested I do a pop-up today, so I figured, sure, why not? Hey, there's Laura. Wow, you were fast. I just popped up. Just decided to do it. I just really woke up, and I thought I gotta do something, or I'm going to go right back to bed. Oh, some more painting. Neat. I think that's something you do so well. And you know, actually, I don't know what you're painting with, but even watercolors probably look good in the journal. Watercolor pictures. I mean, for me, watercolor is like surreal. I like realism, mainly, like the painting I do, you know, where it looks real, kind of a thing. But there are some watercolors that are really, really pretty. You made 20-minute timers for the winner. The first one is up now. Rendering the second one. My computer is running out of room. I know that issue. You know, I don't mess with other timers. Hi, Shay. Nice to see you. I think it was probably last week around this time that I saw you. It's been a fast week. But I wouldn't even know where to begin making a timer. I mean, obviously, you need a timer from somewhere, which I have no idea how they do it. I know they're done by Saturday or Good Writing Days for you, Shay. To me, every day's a Saturday. That's one of the things for me. I can't tell the days apart. It's a wonder I managed to make it for my scheduled streams. The days are just, you know, one right after the other. When you don't work, you're home alone. It's like nothing, you know. I have to keep track of the days for doctor appointments only. Otherwise, it doesn't matter what day it is. So yeah, but I find writing at night is better for me. I'm no good during the day. I'm definitely not a day person, for sure. And I left my window open all last night because it was so hot up here. And I had the fan on like I normally do because I'm so hot. And I just woke up and I was freezing. I'm like, oh my gosh. So now it's like, turn off the fan, shut the window. Jesus, my schedule streams and BF days are the only way that I keep track of BF. I'm not sure what BF stands for. BF. Let me look at that. Try to think. I have to help me out with this one. And it's probably something really simple. I am so bad with somebody's initials and acronyms or whatever they call them, and with, you know, the words. Schedule streams and hi, Divided by Sight. Happy Saturday to you. Nice to see you. I just kind of pop up here and people are popping in. Nice to see everybody. I can't keep track of days. If I didn't, and you know, you have a calendar. It only works if you know what day it actually is. So it's like I need the computer or my cell phone to tell me what day it actually is. Because I'm terrible. And there have been times I've woken up at a time like when, like say like 6 in the morning. Sometimes it's dark. Sometimes it's not. You know, like in the winter time. and I can't tell if it's morning or night, and it's like, oh my gosh, and I have to go somewhere else to try and find out if it's AM or PM. It gets a little confusing sometimes, especially when you don't sleep on a normal schedule, which I don't. I sleep whenever. I'm really, really get screwed up there. Did I get my phone? So, yeah, I had so much to do, and I made a bunch of those little short videos that I have to put together and get scheduled. And I have a blog, and I have to keep that updated. So I've got writing to do on the blog. And the story that I'm thinking about still circulating. My beta readers are starting to pop in with comments now, so I will have that to look forward to, going through and seeing, what they say and what they think, and trying to decide whether, is it really a good idea, or, obviously if more than one person sees the same thing, then something definitely to think about. If just one person says something, then maybe not. And there's no tried and true rule there. I mean, beta readers are not people with experience in editing usually, so it's kind of a, without going to a regular editor, and even editors make mistakes. Look how many books you see out there with mistakes in them. So yeah, and then I was trying to pair my hearing aids to my phone because I got a new phone and it stopped working. And I don't have the hearing aids on because they drive me crazy. I'm not even sure they're working. I don't even know if they finally. Well, they look green. I think they finally recharged. I ended up, they weren't charging last night. Something was wrong. So I may have to call a company about that. But it's hard to wear hearing aids with a mask because every time I put it on, I knock it off. I'm going to gather that Lauren must be divided by sight because I don't know your name. But Shay's saying hello to you, so that's my guess. Your name is Lauren. I'm not used to my apartment being cold. I mean, I don't want to put the heat on because I know the heat rises. It'll be warm in here soon. I shut the window. Must have gotten cold, really cold overnight because it hardly ever gets cold, even with the window open up here. I'm on the 6th floor of a high rise. It's rare for me to need heat. I'm trying to work through a backlog of paper that's going crazy. I've been practicing setting up a bullet journal, but my letters look really bad. And the one I bought, you can't even see the lines, and I'm like, this is useless. But I found a place on site that's selling for my planner. The pages already set up for my planner, so now I have bullet journal pages, the dotted pages in my planner, and I can do it that way, so I don't have two. Laura says she's uploading her second winter timer. Probably pretty too. Uploading my second winter timer now. Trying to move my Authortubers videos off my laptop and onto my external hard drive. Yeah, that's a problem. Videos take up so much, even pictures, but videos take up so much of your memory. And once that memory slows down, it's hard. That's what happened with my old computer. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't even write a document because there just wasn't enough memory for anything to move on it. It's terrible. And right now I don't have hardly any programs on here. I didn't put my editing programs on here yet or nothing. So I don't have any of that on here. So the computer is still fairly empty, except for, what I've done of my own since I bought it. A little over a month ago or so, I guess. I think it was definitely before Thanksgiving, I believe. I'm not positive. So I'm going to figure you probably don't put music on them because I know you're always worried about the music being copyrighted. And I understand that concern. I've seen some pretty timers out there. I love your rain ones, though, Laura. When you play, and I really don't like thunderstorms, honestly, but for some reason, I find that one soothing. I'm not sure why. Maybe because it's just thunder, lightning, but it's not like a really bad thunder and lightning storm that's, when it's just background music. It's a little bit, in the background. It's kind of soothing. I like the wave sounds too. When people do wave sounds. I used to have a couple DVDs of different sounds. The jungle music, the jungle sounds, those were a little wild with all those wild bird sounds. They weren't exactly too soothing to my mind. These timers have ambient music I got off the YouTube studio, so it's copyright free for sure. Oh, that's cool. That's good. It's good to know. Yeah, because I see people a lot of times being, oh no, I got, dinged for copyright. And I'm like, well, I just won't use music and I shouldn't have that issue. That's pretty cool. Didn't even know they had music. There's a lot about YouTube I don't know. I'm just stumbling through it myself. So I'm thinking about putting up a sprint. I still need to eat, for one thing. I didn't do that all day, which is not good for a diabetic. But this diabetic did not want to get out of bed because I just did not want to get out of bed. And I'm sleeping with a BiPAP machine now, and I find it disturbing, to say the least. Not exactly helping my sleep, that's for sure. I'm gonna have to call the doctor and tell him that I'm still not sleeping well, and I'm super tired. These things are supposed to help my sleep apnea, and they're not. Though he ordered the wrong sizes, which didn't help. I don't understand doctors. I have too many of them. I says it's like all these people, stirring the pot and making this big mess out of my life, and they all have their own opinions, and they all have their own opinions about somebody else's specialty. I really love that one. Because yesterday, 2 days ago, my endocrinologist started freaking out about my blood work and said I needed a nephrologist, like right now. It's like this important. And I mean, he had me really scared that something was super wrong with my kidneys. And I have had kidney failure. So, I was worried about it. And I made an appointment for a week. He says, no. And he called the doctor and said, you got to see her right now. Well, he had me so upset. Now, he's an endocrinologist. He's not a nephrologist. So, he had me all freaked out. And I go to the nephrologist, and he's like, there's nothing wrong. You're slightly dehydrated. I looked at all your CAT scans. I looked at all your last blood work. There's nothing to worry about. Because he was going to do an ultrasound just to see. But he says, I don't even think you need an ultrasound. We'll check it back in a month and see, how I'm doing. So that's what, one specialist who thinks they know everything, dabbling in another specialist, and sent me for unnecessary medical workup that I didn't need, and another doctor that I don't need. Another doctor. Too many specialists spoil the pot. That's it. Too many cooks spoil the broth. Too many specialists definitely spoil the broth. So I am going to set up a timer for those of you who wish to spend some time writing or whatever it is that you're doing. And I personally usually set up 30-minute timers. I ask the people who are watching if they have a preference. I don't do 10 or 15 because for me, no sooner it gets settled than the timer's going off. So, 20, 25, or 30 are my choices. And usually when my stream's running, most of my people are fine with 30. But I always ask because I do know some people don't like long sprints. So if anybody has a suggestion, please feel free to put it in the comments before I set the timer up. And I will see what I can do to accommodate you. Hi, Alley Cat. So nice to see you. To make sure it is Saturday because I slept so much today. It could be another day for all I know. I think it's Saturday. I'm pretty sure Shay said it was Saturday. Okay, 30 sounds fine to Laura so far. 30's good with Shay. All right, great. So let me go ahead and set the timer up for 30 minutes. I'm going to start it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. There we go. Let me get this off of here. And first sprint. All right, great. Let's get some done. Whatever it is you have to do. Right now, I got to eat. For one thing. Number one is eat. So, if you excuse me, I'll be back. Hi, Mary. Nice to see you. Happy Friday. It's Saturday. I know it's Saturday. Just ignore me. uh, oh, good grief. How many times has Shay said it's Saturday and I say Friday? Oh, I was just fighting with Authortubers, so. Authortubers won so far. I don't know what's going on. It's refusing my thumbnail for some reason. I've used it on every other thing and I have no problem, but it doesn't want to take it on this one. It shows it there when I save it, and then when I pull it up, it's gone. So I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong or how to fix it. We're down to the last couple minutes. Oh no, Alley Cat. 77 words and very distracted by books. Books can be distracting. Don't have to write them. Just read them. And I remember when I used to read a book every single day. Well, granted, I didn't work, so reading a book every day. And if you're a fast reader like I am, it was not impossible to read a book every day. I kind of switched to writing more though than reading. I don't read as much. So I can understand being distracted by books. But still, 77 words is progress. And that's all we can ask for is progress. Catch this timer. Okay. So, during this round, I'm trying to post the little YouTube shorts I've created. And I just noticed that the first one that I posted already has over 120 views. Like, wow, that was just the other day. I'm like, maybe they got something there. I mean, 120 views. And while I was watching, another one popped in there. So it was 121 the last time I looked. So somebody else came along. Mine are not the best in the world. They still need work. And, you know, I don't have a great... Hi, Shadow's Lair. I've been making dinner. I made a quick sandwich for mine and drinking some vegetable juice. It's been a difficult thing with having colitis, trying to find solid food that I can actually eat. And it's difficult. And I'm not a cook. I really hate cooking, so Making dinner was never a favorite part of my my life. As much as I enjoy eating, but I really do hate cooking. So it's nice to see you. So as I was saying, I've been posting these little shorts, these YouTube shorts that they're doing to try and be in competition with TikTok. And of course, they have to be up and down, vertical. And of course, the adapter on my tripod doesn't hold my cell phone, which I use to make my videos with. So I had to make something else up. So I'm not sure exactly whether it's at the right level. And you don't have a great talking personality for those kind of things. And hi, Devin. Happy Saturday. Nice to see you. Because like I like Charlie Dorset's. They've got that voice, that perfect speaking voice that, you know, you hear like on television, that kind of voice. And then, you know, they're soothing to listen to. And I mean, they actually even have intro and outro. You get 60 seconds to get your point across, and they have an intro and an outro to boot. Beautifully done. Well, I'm working on it. My first one's already, like I said, had over 120 views, which was like amazing. Because they said people, you know, are looking for short. Short is better. They must be right about that. How the rest of you do? I did some updating in my calendar as well. I know a couple of you just came in, so. I want to start reading I started ordering craft books, and I want to start reading them and following one of Charlie Dorset's suggestions of making a craft book, whereas I make notes of things that I want to remember. And of course, in the mess here, a note gets lost and I'll never see it again. And they made the suggestion of creating a craft book, and, you know, by subject, you know, of what you're making the notes about, and then notating, of course, where you got it from, so you know which book and author and everything that it came from. But I thought that was a really great idea. So that's what I want to start doing. And it's going to take a little bit of time, obviously, but then I can maybe get rid of some of this mess. Because that's what a lot of this paperwork that it's like piling up around me is, all the notes I've been taking from, you know, places where I've gotten it either from a video or a book, or I searched it online, Googled it, or whatever it is that, you know, I did. But it's really a great idea. And I would certainly suggest it to anyone who likes to keep notes for, you know, their ability to go back at a later time and look something up that they're not sure of or just need a little help with. So I really think it's a great idea. So I've encouraged them to please make a whole video on it, not just that little short, you know, that was quick and easy and over and done with, but it's a great idea. I think it would be a great video. So that was my suggestion to them. They asked, and I said, yes, I would be very interested in a whole video on that. And I think after the new year, Charlie Dorset and Natalie Locke are going to do a set of videos on analytics, and I can definitely use some help with that because I have no idea what I'm looking at. Let's see here. Laura says, I have a notebook that I take notes for improving my writing. I'm calling it my style Bible. I would definitely say that's on the same idea as what Charlie Dorset is talking about. I mean, I do that all the time. I gotta stop it. Um, they keep it by subject and, of course, notate where it came from. And I think that's also important, that you know who it is that gave that idea. But I'd say your style Bible. I have a story Bible, which is, of course, individual for a story to keep notes on, like character names and places and stuff that I can't remember, because even though I'm a pantser, there's a limit to what I can remember in my mind. And when you start writing a long novel, all that stuff starts running together. So I have a story Bible for that story. But this is another idea, and I think it's a great idea. Okay, so right now it's notes I'm taking from the Anatomy of Prose. Okay, so yeah, you're basically doing the same thing that Charlie suggests, and I think it's a really great idea. I mean, I've been ordering the books. I haven't started reading them yet, so now's a good time to start because I haven't started reading them. I did start Save the Cat Goes to the Movies, but I was in the hospital, had nothing to take notes with. So I need to start over again and start taking notes. And then I want to type them up because I don't want to handwrite them. I want to type them up. I want to put them in categories, what they pertain to. And of course, I'm not a by hand person. Definitely not a by hand type of person. In the hospital, that's all I had available in the one hospital they let me actually have my daughter bring in a notebook and some pens for me to write with that I could keep on my table. But no, I didn't have that at the last hospital. I had no access to anything. And so I was just reading for the sake of reading and something to do. And so this is definitely a great idea I'm going to adopt. Thank you both, Charlie and Laura, for your input on that idea. It's great. Great idea. Now, I've heard a lot about the Anatomy of Prose. I have not read it. I have not, actually I don't even have that one yet. I have heard a lot about it. So I may look it up and see. Now, the thing that makes it a little bit harder is I get most of my books on Kindle if I can. I don't get the paperbacks. Like, I don't have room to store a bunch of books. Enough books in here, and I have a very small apartment. So, I don't have room for bookcase after bookcase. And the bookcase I do have has other stuff in it rather than books. A couple of books in there. So I've been putting them on the Kindle, easy to store. But it's probably a little bit more difficult. I mean, I have to clear space on my table so I can sit down and read and write at the same time. Or I could try doing it in front of my computer so I could just type it in, save a step. Because then I would have to write it down and transfer it over from the notebook. But sometimes that extra transposing of information helps it stay in my mind. That's how I used to study for school. I took my notes, then I went home and I typed them all out on a typewriter. We didn't have computers. On a typewriter. typed them all out. And that extra step of typing it out helped me remember. And since my memory was good at that point, don't ask me now to remember anything, I didn't have to study because it would be in my mind. Not necessarily a photographic memory, but it was enough that it would help to stay in my mind. So that was what worked for me. So I think I probably will look up and try to see about this anatomy of prose because I've been hearing it from several people. I know Megan talks about it. Megan McCarthy talks about it. And I think Charlie Dorset's talked about it. Now Laura's talking about it. So maybe, oh, yeah, that's right. I think Laura writes. That's her YouTube name. I don't know her actually, except she's Laura. Laura writes. And believe she did a whole review on it, on her thoughts on the whole story, on the book as a book. So I believe it was a good review. I think she said the book was worth reading. So that's enough people to convince me that maybe I should go ahead and spend some time and delve into it. I have so many books. That's a problem. I have so many books I want to read. But I also want to write. So it's difficult. Okay, so let's start another spread. If 30 is still okay, let me know. If it's not, please put it in the comments. I got to figure out why YouTube won't put my thumbnail on my video. Not exactly sure what its problem is. It does this sometimes, though. Like, it refuses to take the thumbnail. I don't know why. It's like all my other thumbnails. I'm using one thumbnail and just changing the info on that thumbnail because I want them all to be the same. So when you look at it, you know, it's a short. That's what I'm trying to do. It's just not really happy with me doing that. Okay, put the timer back up. I'm going to set my timer for 30 minutes. And we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And I will see you all in 30 minutes. Sorry about that. I had a video running and I was trying to get it off so you didn't end up hearing it. Okay. Well, Amber's here. Hi, Amber. Nice to see you. And she agrees with taking notes. Maybe she takes them for everything. I do that with all the books we read for Writers Workshop. I read on my own. More and more people definitely do that. I used to do things like that. Like I said, I didn't have a process, and I usually end up with just a mess. I do take notes, even off the videos that I'm watching online. Hi, Kay. How you doing? Laura's uploading her third timer. Way to go. I'm so boring. I use a simple one from Google. Hallie Cass says 177. I was distracted for most, but ended up writing more than last sprint, which is good. Yeah, it's 100 more than last sprint, if I remember correctly. So it's definitely good. Distraction. Well, you see, I was supposed to be doing something, and I was watching videos on how to hand letter because I want to do my bullet journal with fancy letters, and obviously I can't do that. They're kind of messy letters, and but then again, I have messy handwriting, so I'm not sure how going about that, but I was watching videos on it. That's what I was doing. Key says, not working on my books today. I'm working on a schedule and a reading list. I got too many threads that I've let drop, and I need to get it all in order. Hey, I understand that one. I have all these things I started and nothing accomplished, nothing completed. And it shows because it's all over the place. There's this little pile and this little pile and this little pile and this little pile, all over the place. And I'm trying to stop doing that somehow. Got to be a way to stop doing that. But I've been all like this all my life, so I'm not so sure it's that easy to change. As for reading lists, I just like pop open my Kindle and what sounds good, They don't have even any idea on what it is I want to read at this point. There's so many choices. Too many choices, probably the problem. Too many choices. Devin says, Laura's new winter timers are beautiful. I guess I need to check them out. I'm not sure how exactly to find them. I know I see people, I'm going to look for a timer now, and then they go do something, so I don't know where it is they're looking. Whether they're looking in Google for timers, or there's a spot that go to that has timers. I really have no idea exactly. He says, yeah, got stuff I put off for a year too long. I've got you beat. I've got stuff I put off for many, many, many years. And I keep looking at it, and I may do a little bit on it, but then it gets thrown back in the pile, and nothing gets done at all. Just Take that over here. Keep forgetting while I'm talking. Amber says hi to Key. Amber says, I had to take a break and meet the new neighbor, so I'm only half done with my podcast. Oh, wow. Yeah, that kind of interruption is something you kind of have to do. It's always good to meet your new neighbors. I mean, I've had neighbors that were horrendous, and if you get off on a bad foot, you live next to these people, it's hard. So it's really good if you can get a relationship going that works out. Because who wants to be feuding with their neighbors all the time? I sure hated it. I mean, some people you can't help it because they're just not nice people. Laura says, oh, thanks, Devin. Laura says, I finally took down some cardboard boxes today. I took them down to the recycling. My hallway is mostly clear now. Now that's a big accomplishment. Because I know, when you just start piling the recycles up, which is what I did until I got the aid. And now that's part of the aid's job is to make sure that the recycles get taken down. Because I would just pile them up by my door. That's as far as they got. Occasionally I grab one on the way if I was going downstairs. But now that I order so much online, I always have a ton of recycling cardboard that has to go down to the recycles. And regular trash, if it's not too big and heavy, can go down the trash chute on our floor. But most stuff has to be carried, recycle has to be carried down. There's no recycle chute. So you have to carry that down. And anything heavy in the trash has to be carried down. Oh, well, here we go. Devin put in Laura's timers. Okay, let's see here. Oh, I guess I have to go. That's right. I have to be on my... If I do this, I know what's going to happen. It's going to make a loud noise. All right. Let me put the mute on. Maybe that'll stop the noise if I... See if I can pull that up. Stream. All right, it's muted. Okay. Now, if I go to the link. Oh, wow. Well, the pictures that I see look pretty nice. And they're all 20-minute timers. I don't usually do 20-minute timers very often. They look very pretty, the pictures that I'm seeing of them. Hopefully this isn't going to suddenly start blasting. I've had that YouTube turning things on me. Well, thanks for that list, Devin. Pictures for the timers are from Splash and are free to use. I've not checked out on Splash. I use Pixabay, which are also free, both personal and commercial use, and no recognition is required. Like, in some cases you're required to put the person who, put the photo up there. But Pixabay does not require that. So I kind of hang out there all the lot, but I know people use Unsplash, and I've also heard of Pexels, and I have not checked them out either. So it's not an actual moving picture, it's just a picture with ambient music counting down, I assume. It's not a moving one like the rain, where you can actually see the rain running down the window or splashing on the ground. Those are kind of cool too. It's pretty neat. Okay. No movement. Super basic. I wouldn't even know where to begin. I know Laura. I mean, Jules. Sorry, Laura. I know Jules does them too. And I've seen a few other people who make them, which is neat. I mean, I'm kind of just used to a simple Google diet. I don't know if it makes a difference. I peeked at my page real quick, and those shorts last time I looked, it was over 123 for the oldest one, and the new one's already getting people looking at it. So I guess they do draw people in, that's for sure. I just posted them, and they're already getting views. And I think I'm either up to 150 or 149. It'll tell me here. 150. I'm up to 150 people. So let's see. Laura says, I tried to film rain outside my window, but it kept stopping, and the construction noise would not stop. I guess that could definitely be an issue. Definitely be an issue for sure. I do think the rain, though, is pretty neat. I like ocean sounds, too. I find them very soothing. The stream, if it's running down and the water's coming and it's bubbling and whatnot and making its little sound as it moves over the rocks and stuff and everything. And that's kind of another one I kind of like listening to. That's pretty cool. Amber says Leora did some snow timer where she just recorded the snow. That would be so pretty. Falling snow. I hate to see what's underneath it where people have been tromping on it and whatever. But yeah, when it's just falling outside a nice window, and that's so pretty. Oh, and a fireplace. Yeah, definitely. Laura says, I just can't find ocean and rain sounds free to add to my timers, so I use other people's. Yeah, I would definitely like I said, ocean is one of my favorite sounds. And just rain. I mean, it's weird because I like the one you use with the thunder and lightning, and I'm like, I don't know if there's lightning. I don't. obviously writing while it's going on. But you hear the thunder, and I'm thinking, thunder really scares me. But I find that timer, even though it's thundering, it's still kind of soothing. It's not jarring, and if it was a violent thunderstorm going on, it was being used, I think I'd have a problem concentrating. Okay, shadows layer is back again. Must have missed something because I didn't realize you had left. Or maybe you didn't say anything. They ate dinner. Yay. Good job. Always good to eat dinner. My sandwich was, wow. It's just a sandwich. I mean, I could start cooking and then I could eat other food, but I don't like cooking. Laura says, yeah, the thunder in those timers is pretty subdued. I like it a lot. Yeah, I think that's what it is because, like I said, I'm really afraid of thunder. And if there's an actual thunderstorm going on, I'm really like anxious and upset. And so if they were, taping something like that for their timer and it was one of those kind of storms, I wouldn't be able to concentrate. But whatever that time, I love that timer when you use it. I always say, oh yeah, please use that timer. Because I find it strange, but I do find that little bit of thunder, rumbling occasionally to actually be enjoyable, which I never thought would be possible, considering I'm terrified of thunder and lightning storms. So that's great. I'm glad you got, I don't know, maybe someday I'll break out and try using a different timer. I know when I watch Lars, she's always looking for a new timer to put up for each one. And, excuse me. I'm like, me, slap the same one up. It's there. It's open. It's ready to go. And that's thanks to Amber, because she's the one that told me how to put the timer there so that I didn't have to go through that whole share the screen thing each time. So I thank you for that, Amber. That was very helpful. Now I can click it off and just click it right back on again. So it's definitely helpful. So yeah, I watched videos on learning how to do calligraphy and fancy lettering because I'm sitting here looking at the letters I did that I put in this, what was going to be my bullet journal. I'm not going to use it now because the dots are so light I can't even see them. I'm looking at them. I'm like, yeah, my letters are definitely not very clean. They're messy. Thank you, Amber. That was one of those little tips that really is a big thing because it makes my life so much easier. And I'm still learning a lot of stuff. There's, I learn things that, along the way from other people because I'm still learning things. And I think everybody always is learning something. If I could just learn to clean up my mess and find a home for all that stuff that is piling up on the scene behind me. Because before I was using the Chromebook I was in a different direction and you couldn't see all that. Now, of course, you can see the mess behind me. Laura says, just freed up half of my computer just from videos. I can imagine. Definitely. I mean, I got so desperate there at the end before I bought the new computer, and I was taking off, all the videos as soon as I posted them on YouTube, and it wasn't making a difference. And it took hours to do a little video because everything moves so slow. Jeez. All right. Well, that I believe was number 2. So let's get ready for number 3. See what I end up doing this time. Hopefully something productive. We're going to the third sprint. And unless there is anyone who would like something shorter, I will do my usual 30-minute stream or sprint, I guess you say. Words aren't normally interchangeable. I guess they kind of mean different things. So, all right. So I am going to set the timer for 30 minutes again. And we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Hello, Nicole. Nice to see you. Baking cookies, yummy. Now it's writing time. That sounds so good. Home baked cookies. Exporting your fourth timer. This one is a video I took looking down on the streets of Toronto. You can watch the jaywalkers and red streetcars tumble by. Oh wow, still working on timers. Cool. I was still looking at bullet journals and lettering. I'm procrastinating, basically. Taking a page out of the dawdling writer's book. I'm dawdling. I'm not exactly doing anything productive. I haven't even opened my blog, and I know I have things to do on that. Got a couple minutes left, so I'm not going to start anything now. I can't believe I'm cold. I thought by now it would have warmed up in here. Unless it's actually that cold outside that it's going to be one of those rare days that I need to put the heater on. Doesn't happen often. But it's definitely chilly in here right now. And see, I'm actually dressed in just shorts because shorts and t-shirt is all I wear all year round because up here is so hot that you can usually tell who lives in the upper part of the building because they're always walking around in shorts all year round. I have to get dressed to go outside, but otherwise I'm in t-shirts and shorts. Now I say, Laura, you've got music on your timers. If I were to put that timer up and then mute myself, then I don't think your music would play, right? For the other people. I would have to keep it unmuted. I'm in a guessing mode here. I'm not exactly sure. You're in a t-shirt and fleece leggings. Fleece leggings. Socks and slippers. Yeah, my feet are bare. And the cold comes through your windows. See, normally that's the thing. I don't know whether it's the way this building's made, but unless it's windy and the wind's blowing, it doesn't come through my windows. And I don't know, maybe it's windy out there and I just don't realize it, but I'm actually cold. And if it doesn't change soon, I'm going to put the heater on, which just means I'll be shortly overheated, but I'm cold right now. When you share screen, there is a checkbox to share audio from the tab. Check that and then you can mute yourself, I think. When you share screen, there's a checkbox to share. Edit name, stop screen. That doesn't help. All right, so if I stop the screen share completely, all right, now I go to screen share, share screen. Oh, share audio. Boy, that's timing. Never would have seen that. Okay, I found the box you're talking about. The share audio bottom is at the bottom left of the screen share. Yeah, so tiny. Never would have thought to look at that. Okay, thanks, you guys. If you hit that, everyone hears what is on that tab. If you don't, then no one but you hears that. Okay, that's good, Amber. Thank you. Because I was thinking about that. I'm like, she's got music on there, but if I mute, how would anybody hear the music? So I didn't know that was an option. So, see, I learned something new again today. So, thank you guys. I mean, I usually don't do 20-minute sprints, but they're pretty timed. So maybe we'll try one of those. So I can figure out. Okay, so I'd have to open it. We're in morning mode again. So forgive me. Look down. Now, stop the current screen. Share screen. I don't think that's what I'm going to do. I think I have to open the timer first. All right, I'll get this eventually. Open the timer I want. All right, now share screen. Share audio. Snowflake timer. Share. Okay. All right. I don't know how to make the timer. Oh, I probably have to shoot. Oh, I guess I'm mumbling to myself and trying to figure this out. How this works. Stop the screen. Conflict timer. That was, yes. No, that's not what it. It's one of the timers if you want to try. That's what I'm trying to figure out, is how to do it and make it full screen so I don't see all the stuff around it. I'm not sure how to do that. Shadows there. My computer shut off. On me. Not my night. Laura says, how dare your computer shut up. Yes. How dare it. Right, bottom right of the video, there was the button to make the video full screen. Jen just hit play and it will start. Then I no longer have access. Here's the timer. So I guess it's going to fill my whole screen and cover everything else. You don't have to keep the tab up. You can switch and it will still play from it anyway. Shadows there is editing the video. Well, that's maddening for sure. Okay, well, I don't know how this is going to exactly work. So, you know, I think we're talking about this little button and that makes the whole thing. Remove the stream, full screen layout. Well, there's that. Even though you still see what's on the right side of the screen. Or I go to the timer and I put the whole thing on. And I guess you guys would see it in full screen then. If you hit the full screen button, it does not go full screen. So I am going to still see what's on the right-hand side. That's what you're saying, I guess. You have to hit the full screen button on the YouTube video. So, and that's when it fills my whole screen. And nothing else is visible, including my access to this page, the dashboard. And I would have to go out of it. That's button to the right bottom of the video. All right. So let's see what happens. Snowflake. No, that's Fly on TV. That's not it. That's not it. It's got to be the last one on the right. That'll make my whole screen your timer. And hopefully you guys will see it. I won't see my dashboard anymore. All I'll see is the video. But if I click off of it to go to another video, to another screen, I wonder if you'll see the screen that I'm viewing. And not fill your full screen because you're sharing the tab. We'll just get rid of the stuff on the right. Then you press play and go to the top. It should still show you the tabs when you go through them. And we're showing just that tab, so that is all we will see. But if I change tabs and do something myself, the tab will change, right? Or it won't because I'm not sharing that tab. When I click full screen, my whole entire screen is your video. That's all that's on there. Nothing else is on there. Full screen. Oh, now that. Now what happened that time? All right, now I got a tab. And I got the full screen. Let's see what happens. Hey. Something happened the first time. I guess I did something wrong. Okay, cool. So I got it up. So we're going to go and we're going to try this new tab then. Let's see what happens. Alrighty. So I'm going to start it. Now, it'll be 20 minutes instead of 30. And see how this goes. All right. Start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Hopefully that's not too loud. I'm deaf, so to me that sounds fine. But if it's too loud, let me know. That is pretty. I think I finally understand what I just did. Hopefully I'll remember it. Okay, so we're listening to one of Laura's new timers. Has some music. Very pretty. Sounds good to you. All right, good. Because I know being partially deaf, I can't always tell. And people say to me, oh my God, that's loud. And I'm like, I can't hear it. So cool. Okay. And if I did it right, if I mute myself, you should still hear it. Hopefully. Though with the music, I probably don't have to mute myself. You probably won't hear me anyhow. Unless I'm talking. Well, that is good. The music is kind of up and down, so we did turn it down a little bit. Oh gosh. Sorry about that. Wasn't expecting that one. That took me by surprise. All right, Alley Cat took a break. Took a break a bit, ate dinner. Now I'm back, getting close to finishing his short story. That's good. I'm just getting ready to start a short story, but I don't know where it's going yet. I just got the prompt for it. Key says, I gotta go. My sister-in-law is on her way over and she's bringing pizza. Movie night. We're doing the second Guardians of the Galaxy movie, which I have yet to see. Happy dance. Well, bye, Key. If I missed you, I'm sorry. Have a great night. Enjoy your movie. And then your pizza. Boy, I haven't had pizza in a long time. Okay, take care, everyone. All right, well, how did everyone do? I knew the music kept going up and down, and there was no way I could keep going in and adjusting the sound. So there were a few times when it got quite a bit loud. I just got a text from my daughter. I'm trying to set up an appointment to get my car worked on, and she just told me that her son, who's been in the Marine Corps the last 4 years, is home for a little while, so he can drive. So she doesn't have to do the pickup, and I'll get a chance to see my grandson. But I don't know whether he's planning on staying in the area now that he's out of the Marine Corps or finding somewhere else to go. But for the moment, he's there. So I hope to see him before he moves to wherever he's going. Let's see. LCAC at 234 words edited. Okay, that's a good amount of words. Editing is hard, I'm finding. It's going to be harder when I get all those beta readers back and have to go through that and figure it out. Shadow says the video is being exported. I finished editing. Cool. Finished the editing and your shutdown didn't affect it. That's great. I was looking for the different prompts I do for my blog and just found another one is not around anymore. They've decided to stop doing it. So I'll be looking for some different blogs because I depend on prompts for my blog work, even with novels. You know, like I have trouble coming up with names and ideas, and so prompts for me are important. And I just lost another one that I used to do. But I mean, it's not a story writing. It's just it was like a coffee clatch kind of thing where you talked about your week, and it's no big deal. I've lost a couple of them there where I actually wrote stories, and those I do definitely miss. So I got one here. I don't know what I'm going to do about it. It's 3 words. You need to write something, and the words are tomorrow, the word week, W-E-A-K, and the word thoughtful. Trying to use all 3 of them in a story. So that may take some thinking. Yeah. So anyhow, anybody else get anything done? That was a pretty neat timer. I just have to realize that because it's YouTube, it's going to start the next video if you don't catch it. I have to pay more attention to the time on the video. Because I'm sure you all noticed that, I don't know what you saw, but you certainly heard the next video trying to start. I guess because I have them on auto. Maybe if I didn't have them on auto, it would just stop and there wouldn't be a problem. Hadn't thought about that part. I'm not sure where to turn that off at though. I know there's some place to turn that off. Okay. Now all I have to do is figure out how to turn off the auto. Because I have it set for auto. And then it tried to start the next one. And that's what I was scrambling, trying to stop. Now, I have seen this a million times about auto, but I'm not sure where it's at. I'm gonna have to figure that out. But I loved it, Lauren. Very nice. If you put your cursor to the video, it should be under the time the video has left. Okay. Video has left. Ah, there it is. All right, autoplay is off. So that shouldn't happen the next time. Thank you, Allie. I'm used to just letting them run. That's why, I had it like that, and it didn't dawn on me that that's what was going to end up happening. Okay, so that shouldn't happen the next time. It should just stop. If I'm not paying attention to the time. Yeah, you were right. It was under there. It took me a while to find it. I had to click on, hover over each thing to find the find it, but I did find it eventually. Why is that still so weird? I'm glad you found it. Yeah. Sometimes I wonder about I used to know a lot about computers, and now it's like I'm forever stumbling over things and fumbling with things. And I lost all that. So that was one of Laura's new timers. I did have a little bit of problem with the music though, because it kind of faded up and down. And I couldn't keep going back and forth and trying. So I just left it, and then all of a sudden it would get loud again. I'm like, just turn you down. Why are you getting loud? I'm trying to think what to write for this short story, or if I should do something else. I don't know. What is today? Saturday. There is another one I can look. Another prompt. I can look up. I can figure out how to get to it. That one's a word, and the person just picks out how many words you can write the story for. And sometimes they've been really short, like 17 words or something like that. And it's like, you got to make something that makes sense in 17 words using the word they give you, which could be a really odd word. Some of those don't work. Now, that one, part of my current story novel I wrote was writing a weekly prompt and writing it as a story. Like the words just seemed to fit the story. So every week I was writing another piece of the story using the word and the amount of words I was allowed to use. And So part of that is in my novel, because it actually made a pretty decent story. And I can't remember if I stopped because I went to the hospital or I stopped because the next word didn't go. I'm not sure why I stopped. I ended up stopping, but I did use it in my novel because I do that a lot. If the words work, I write a story and I'll think about it for a while. Like, I can do more with that. Then I'll continue it on weekly using the word from the next or the picture. Some cases they're pictures, sometimes they're words. Depending on what it is they do. So that's my blog. Oh, I did a little bit on it, but not much because most of the stuff I was looking for isn't there. People stopped doing their, something they've done for a long time, and suddenly they'll stop it, and I'm like, where'd that go? And then I have to go find the last post to find out what happened, and then start looking for new people that are putting prompts out, because I love writing from prompts. Like I said, I have a very hard time coming up with ideas, so prompts work for me. And my novel, I mean, it's full of a lot of the stuff I wrote on my blog is a prompt. I mean, I expanded everything out and made it, a full story, but there's bits and pieces in there from stuff I wrote as prompts. Okay. So we lost Key. I'm not sure who else is still here. Allie's here, obviously. She just talked to me. She's still here. Laura didn't say anything, so I'm not sure if Laura is still here. Did I miss her leaving, or I don't know. I don't see anything, so maybe she just stepped away. And Shadow's here. Okay. It says there's 6 people here. Sometimes people just sign in and give you the watch time, but they're not actually watching the video. There's so many times I've sitting there, I look at the number and I see all these people, and it's like nobody's answering me. It's like, because nobody's really here. Oh, there's Laura. Oh, you were doing FaceTiming with your sister and nephew. Well, that's cute. That's nice. I was just saying your timer was nice. This ran into a slight issue. Okay, you are Shadow still here. It did run into a slight issue because I had auto, where it moves automatically to the next video. So when it ended, it started, all of a sudden something else started playing, and I'm like, oh no. I'm quick trying to turn it off. So now I turned off the auto, so it won't automatically go to the next video. But that was a nice video. That was the snowflake. $20 20 minutes. A little bit shorter than what I'm not used to. Hi, Melanie. Nice to see you. I just tried something different. I tried the, yeah, Laura says autoplay will get you. Laura made new videos, so I played one as a time. It's a timer, and I played one and forgot about the autoplay. And the next thing I know, I'm hearing another video coming through my speakers. I'm like, oh my gosh! So I'm quick trying to turn it off. So now it's not on auto, so it shouldn't do that the next time. So I need to look for the next one. We'll give the next one a try. Oh, that's a 10-minute one. Okay, well, that one's too. I don't do 10-minute ones. I barely get my thing up and it's going off. All right, let's see. Back to Laura. This one's pretty. Yeah, it's still trying to start. All right, so we'll see. Oh, it did what I didn't want it to do. That was not what I wanted to do. That time I want the complete full screen again. That's what happened to me before. I don't want full screen. Not on my full screen. I want that full screen. How did I do that the first time? That didn't work well. It's going to my complete full screen. Maybe I have to. Oh, maybe I have to share it first. I'm still trying to figure these things out. You have to forgive me. Sharing. This one. Share the audio. Share. Here we go. That's what I did wrong. Got it. Okay. Figured that out. Oh, BA is here. Hey, BA. Melanie asked, how late do you think you'll be going for tonight, Tessa? Considering the fact that I slept all the way to 6:30 tonight and popped into here, probably for quite a while, since I slept whatever time we ended last night till 6:30. I'm kind of awake now, obviously. So for quite a while. Let's put it that way. Hours, I would say. Oh, here's, all right. So BA arrived. Hi, BA. Uh-oh. Guess what I got today? Your clever fox planner. Melanie guesses. Laura says you have to share that specific tab for the full screen to work the way you want it to. Okay. That's what I kind of ended up figuring out. Eventually on myself, I did. Thankfully. BA says pens and pens and more pens, planner stickers and stickers and stickers. Oh, BA. Oh, my goodness. I thought I had it bad. Though I was just looking at pens myself that were being suggested by other people. So, well, I guess I can't talk too much about that, can I? Yay, that's great, BA. Melanie said, congrats, Tessa. Woo. I'm not sure what you're congratulating me on, but okay. BA says, planner will be here on Wednesday. Oh boy. Melanie says, oh my goodness, you were sleepy gal. Well, the so-called BiPAP machine is supposed to help with my sleep apnea. It's doing absolutely nothing. So unless I'm physically moving, I'm going to fall asleep. And I just was in so much pain, I didn't feel like getting out of bed. So all I did was sleep. Didn't help the pain, by the way. The more I slept, the more pain I ended up with. Of course. BA says hi to Laura and Melanie. Laura is burning a cranberry candle right now. I have candles, but somebody told me we're not allowed to burn them in here, so I don't know. They said it's in our lease that we can't burn candles. So I'm not sure. Oh, congratulations on getting the timer screen up. Oh yeah, it's been quite a struggle for me. Definitely. Shadows Lair said at Melanie, that's what I got today. Oh, I'm so sorry, dear. Oh, story of my life. Why should this be any different? PA says hi to the Shadows Lair. Melanie says, I think we're allowed to have candles in our place. We just can't have live Christmas trees. Yeah, I don't think we can have live trees either. But somebody told me that we can't have candles either, so I haven't lit any of my candles. I have quite a few of them. And I also have a lot of junk in here. It's probably dangerous to burn a candle anyhow. Yeah, so I'm not really sure. I mean, I didn't bother to pull that humongous list out and look. I just haven't burned any candles. So, Shadow says, my partner's apartment doesn't allow candles either. Yeah. I did not realize. Can't have an extension cord. Absolutely against the rules. You have to have the surge protectors. You can't have extension cords. And I understand the reasoning behind that. And, so you don't have enough plugs. So I've got surge protectors all over my apartment. And then the live Christmas tree, because they can be a fire hazard with the lights on the tree. And then candles, well, we all know the candles can certainly have problems if there's anything near them that can fall into them or they can fall over. I'd have to find a really empty space. And like I said, it's possible, because somebody already told me not to burn candles in here. So I don't know. I mean, they might smell it out there, but then again, you can smell my ones I plug in, and those smell like candles. So how would they know what I was doing? Well, you can smell the sulfur from lighting it sometimes. The building across the parking lot from us had a fire the Monday before Christmas because their live tree went up. They had to evacuate everyone from the building. It was scary. Yeah, I have a artificial tree, but we always had a live tree when I was married, and there was always that, fear that it could actually go up. Melanie says, oh no, extension cords either. I should check on our lease about that. Well, they were very strong about that one. That one they told me when I was moving in. I mean, it wasn't a matter of reading the lease. It was, you cannot have extension cords, and you have to use the surge protectors if you're going to plug more than one thing into a plug. So I have them all over because they really don't give you that many plugs when you figure all the things in our life today that need plugs. I mean, just my computer equipment has a ton of plugs, and there's so many things that you have to plug in. And of course, I don't have everything I own plugged in. I mean, all the little appliances and stuff like that. Obviously, you have to keep on plugging and moving around and plugging something else in. You can't have them all plugged in somewhere. But that is on our lease. Definitely no extension cords. That's really scary, Laura says. Yeah, it is scary. It's supposed to be a happy time and to have the tree catch fire. I mean, that used to be the thing back in the old ages where they put the candles, actually put burning candles on Christmas trees. If you remember back like in the Victorian times before they had lights, they used to actually put candles on trees. Melanie says, personally, I avoid live Christmas trees because I've seen National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation one too many times. I didn't want any squirrels running rampant in my house. Our cat used to climb the tree. We didn't need a squirrel. Our cat was quite happy to run to the middle and climb up the tree. One year we had, because we had little toddlers, we had a big, the old-fashioned style playpens that were, big squares. And we had to put our tree in the playpen because between the cat and the kids, they were fooling the tree and the ornaments and everything else. You grew up on that movie. I watched that movie every year. I haven't seen it in a couple years now, but I watched that movie, and my dad and I always watched it together if it was on. It was always a Christmas thing, have to watch the movie. But I haven't seen it in a few years. And I always said, our vacations were always like their vacation. Like the first vacation where they go to Wally World and, grandma dies and, all this stuff. I mean, would go on vacation and our truck would break down. It was pulling the trailer, and, my kid would get sick and we'd be searching for hospital in the middle of the night on a holiday in a state we're not familiar with and looking for pharmacies that were open all night. I mean, those are the kind of things that happen every time we went on vacation. So, it's like I used to say, yeah, we have National Lampoon vacations. That's what it used to happen to us. Melanie says, same, Laura. No, he says, didn't they strap her to the top of the car in the Wally World one? Yeah, they did. In a, I think it was one of those summer chairs with the web strapping on it, the collapsible chairs, if I'm not mistaken. And they strapped her to the roof. Or maybe they wrapped her up in a carpet. I don't know. Right now it's not coming through clearly, but yes, Grandma died and they didn't want to stop, so they just kept on going with Grandma strapped to the top of the car. I used to love those movies. I mean, they were something. Oh, and Vegas Vacation. Yeah, that was another one. I love Vegas Vacation. I always quote the little guy at the end. I won the money. And then Rusty, I put in $1 and I got a car. I put in another dollar and I got another car. Oh boy. Yeah, I do remember that one. That was another one. And there was another one where seems to me they went to Germany or something. Was it, or maybe it's just some place where they had a German world or something like that. I don't know. I usually didn't miss those movies. Some of them, of course, like the Christmas one I watched every year. I mean, that was like a regular Christmas staple. You always watched, the Christmas Vacation. And, of course, I always watched the White Christmas, was it called? European Vacation. That's the one I'm thinking of. European Vacation. No, it wasn't as good as the rest of them. That's the one I was thinking of. I vaguely remember some kind of scene where they were in Germany or something. Yeah. No, I didn't like that one either. They had some great ones, but that one was not one of them. This year I didn't watch a single Christmas movie. I don't like Christmas. I'm a Grinch. I should watch Grinch. Because I'm a Grinch. And I'm not like Christmas. I hate it. But I used to have to watch the movies because my parents would watch them and then I'd come downstairs and be social and watch Christmas movies with them. Because we always had to watch White Christmas and the other one where the guy disappears out of life, what life would be like if he wasn't around. I can never remember the name of that movie. Watched it every year, but I'll be darned if I can remember the name of it. When the angel, every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings. That's all I can remember. Melanie says, when my husband and I drove out to Yellowstone back in 2010, before we were dating, he chose Holiday Road by Lindsey Buckingham as our theme song. Holiday Road. I'm not sure of that song. And Melanie watched Jim Carrey's version of The Grinch this past year for the first time since I was in high school. And yeah, he's so relatable now. Jim Carrey's quite a character. Definitely quite a character. And he did make a good Grinch. I am still cold. I'm going to end up having to put the heater on. I don't believe this. It must be colder outside than I realized. Because it does not normally get cold in here. Right, my phone's sitting right in front of me. That's what the temperature is. Oh, forgot to send the text message. Dummy me. She's probably waiting for an answer and I didn't answer her. weather. Well, it says it's 37. So why in the world is it so cold in this apartment? It's never cold in this apartment. Or I'm sick. Maybe that's the problem. I don't know. Anything's possible. But 37 is definitely not cold. So this apartment should be hot like it always is. Okay. I found another timer. I think I've got it set and ready to go. Oh. Okay. That was my daughter. And she got right back to me, which she usually takes hours. Just let her know what day and he can help you. He is looking forward to spending time with me. Well, that's great. I can't wait to see my grandson. He spent 4 years in the Marines. He's out now. So he's not a little boy anymore. He was my first grandson. And my youngest grandson is only a year old. So I've got quite a spread of ages of children there. And these were her kids. I mean, this one who's turning 23, and then she has a 14-year-old and a 1-year-old. Talk about spreading your kids out. She's really spread hers out for sure. He's probably having a great time with his little brother, though. He always loved children. Every time another new child came in, whether it was his mom or his dad, he would get so excited because it would be new. Oh, thank you. Yes, he did his service. And it is wonderful news. And he put in his 4 years. Spent 2 of them over in Japan and the Philippines area. He did not actually have to go to Iran, Iraq, or any of the fighting areas. But he was busy doing other things to back them up. So, yes, free babysitters. The one that I'm talking about now took care of the second one all the time. So mommy could work. You know, like mommy couldn't even go to work without, having somebody to watch the baby. And so he started babysitting, and he was even babysitting late at night, which was a little worrisome because he was still kind of young. I mean, when I was younger, at 12, I babysat. It wasn't a thing. And nowadays, they're not quite so lenient with kids that age babysitting. And he was sometimes babysit overnight. But, yep, he put in his time. He was going to be a lifer. And then after he got in, he decided no, it wasn't really the life for him. But he put his 4 years in, so he's done now. Babysitters, that one already? Okay. All right. Well, I got the timer up for the next one. So I guess we'll go to our 5th sprint. They're 20 minutes though. I'm used to doing 30 minutes. That's it. That's the only thing is that they're 20-minute timers. And the last one caught me before I got back in time. But shouldn't do that because I turned off the auto. So hopefully, I hope it's still off. I don't know, YouTube does things to me. All right, now let's see. I have to go back to the timer to turn it on. So I'm going to put the timer on for 20 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Isn't that pretty? Not that I want that snow. I like to look at it, but not when I have to go out in it. Alrighty then. I don't know. I gotta see if I can come up with a story using those words. It ended with a thunder, crack of thunder. Interesting. That is interesting. Okay. So it was another nice timer. Love the scene. Music. It's not ignore. You know, it's not anything that annoys you. It's just playing. I guess that's what ambient's supposed to mean, anyhow. So it's very, very nicely done. I could actually see this one because I was working on words, so I was able to pull up the screen and see it, so I knew it was running out this time. It didn't catch me totally by surprise. So how did everybody do? I ended up going and getting something to eat. I'm hungry. Shadows there. Got 23 words. Okay, good job. I'm writing something for that prompt. Not what I wanted to write, but it's got all 3 words in it. Laura's getting ready to do a 10-minute ab workout. Oh, good. That sounds like a lot of fun. Definitely. Well, there's one problem is I can't get on the floor because I would never get back up. So it would have to be abs done some ways. Not, I mean, I could do them on my bed somehow, maybe, but certainly don't do them the traditional way. Allie got 605, and she's really into the scene. Well, cool. That helps to be into the scene, to get the words flowing. It's a good job. And 605 is good for 20 minutes, because we only went 20 minutes. Why after I got clean? Who knows? No, see, that didn't even occur to me. That's right. You did just say that, didn't you? It doesn't make a lot of sense. Going at that already. You know, it's doing. Jumped on me. That's what it did. All right, Melanie said I did my journal entry for the day. Okay, that's good. I still haven't gotten into journaling. I don't have a therapist making me do it anymore. Melanie says, when I worked at a nursing home many moons ago, I used to have a resident who said, don't FDGB. Fall down, go boom. Yeah, I fall down and go boom too many times, unfortunately. You know how many times that's landed me in the hospital? One time, I just moved in here. I had an end table. Now it was from Walmart. So we're not talking solid wood. But I passed out. And then when I came to, I felt pain. And I'm like, why do I hurt? So I managed to roll. And I'm like, laying on top of this end table, which of course I flattened it because it was from Walmart, you know, not very strong. And I landed on it and it just slipped. I fell down and went boom, and it splatted all over the place. And of course, when I finally rolled off it and stopped crying because I was hurting, I called the ambulance and said I fell down and I can't get up. And of course, I passed out. Of course, they took me to the hospital. BA says hello to Alley Cat. And BA says, I made a video. Cool. What did you make a video about? Pens and stickers? Oh my gosh. You got it worse than I do. I got maybe a little bit more self-control, not much. If left alone, I will be doing that because I was already looking at pens earlier. Melanie says to Laura, I get it. I don't want to be already be gross, then work out and feel more gross. Showering twice. I have enough trouble. My aide does, you know, you have to shower today. And I'm like, I really don't want to do this because getting into my tub is very difficult. I'm short. It's a high tub. I'm in a lot of pain. I have to use the bar so I don't kill myself just to climb into the tub. And then, you know, I just hate it. So it's like every other day we go through the fighting with the bathtub. And I can't do it every day. I just can't. If I had a walk-in shower, it'd be so much easier. But this is a senior nursing, not nursing, but senior home. You would think they would have walk-in showers. No, we have bathtubs. And most of us can't use them because, like me, they can't get into them. So what's the purpose? There is no purpose. So we do the struggle every other day, which is bad enough. Laura, look through my journal I've had since August. Good memories. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Sorry. My daughter. Text messaging. Her answer. Maybe mornings are okay. Well, I need to know to make a time whether or not he's available mornings. So much help. So much help. Melanie says, we also had one resident who didn't like any of the nurses or the aides. Well, for some reason, she loved me. She tried to get me to help her to the restroom And I was like, oh, honey, I can't because I wasn't properly trained. Oh, yeah. That's the kind of thing, you know, with the, like, I have an aide that comes to my home, and it's like, she was not trained on how to bathe the person. And I didn't know what to say and how to tell her. And it wasn't until I went to rehab and the aides bathed me there that I was able to show her what she was supposed to be doing. She should have been trained. Shouldn't have been out there without that training. She said, well, I saw a video. Obviously, it didn't help you because you don't know what the hell you're doing. But since it's the only aid I have, and there aren't many aids available right now because of the great pandemic out there, I have to deal with an aide that doesn't know what the hell they're doing. Melanie says, oh no, that's so scary, Tess. Oh yes. I have fallen in and out of that tub so many times. And one of my biggest fears is, you know, there you are, nothing on, you fall, and you can't get up. And you have to get someone to help you. If you can get anybody. Like, I'm not able to take a shower with her not in there. Because if I fall, nobody will know. I mean, I have the button now, and most of the time, I don't have it on right now. Most of the time, I have the button, and I'd be able to call. Oh. I'd be able to call for help. Button, which means people arriving in my house, and I'm stuck in the bathtub with nothing on. Just not a happy thought. So I do not shower unless she's with me. And that's like, heaven forbid I fall in this doggone thing again and actually really hurt myself. I have 2 bars in there. I have to hold on to them and try to get in and out. And my legs are so short, I have a hard time lifting them over, and my back hurts and my legs hurt. And it's hard. BA says, a Kanban board setup video. Oh, okay, excuse me. I wasn't expecting that. I don't use one. I've seen them though. Cool. Oh, it just dumped on me again. Try this again. It does that. Melanie says, oh, how fun. I have a Kanban wall. Hey, whatever works, right? I have a mess. I have a Kanban mess. That's what I have. Melanie says, I want to walk in shower when my husband and I finally get a house. And I had one at my dad's when I was living upstairs. And then when they made me move downstairs because I kept falling down the stairs, I came home from the hospital and they're like, no, you're not going to be living upstairs anymore. And they moved me down. My mom had already passed, so they moved me down into her room. And then I had to use the downstairs bathroom, which had a bathtub in it. I'm like, but my dad had cut for my mom because she had Parkinson's, had cut the side of the tub out. They had a company come in that did this. You know, they cut it out and they seal it and everything and make it so you could walk in. But it was still awkward. It was high. It was awkward. It was far from the wall, so I couldn't like reach to hold on. I'm like, this was stupidly laid out. And that's how to deal with my dad's house. And I come here and I have a bathtub, which I would have loved when I was younger and still able to get in and out of one because I love taking baths. Unfortunately, that's not an option anymore. And now I have a tub and I can't use it. And it's driving me crazy. Melanie said, one of my good friends from high school's partner is an in-home aide. He loves it. I don't know if she loves it or she's just doing it. She started out great, worked, and she was coming mornings then, and things were fine, and she's efficient, very efficient, and she doesn't have to be told what to do. I don't have to stand there and you didn't do this, you didn't do that. But lately, she hasn't really, we had to move to nights because her husband went back to work, so she had no one to watch her kid. So now she comes whenever, afternoon and night, whenever she can get someone to watch her son whenever he comes home from work. She shows up. She rushes through everything. And I'm not as happy with her work as I was in the beginning. And I really don't think her heart is in what she's doing. Whereas in the beginning, she seemed to be. But something changed. Something really changed. And you definitely have to care about that kind of work to do it properly. If you just treat it as a job, then it's not great. That sounds frustrating. Melanie says, oh, I saw that in your journaling video earlier. Not sure. No. Melanie said, my husband slipped and fell in a hotel shower back in August. And after we went to his brother's wedding ceremony reception, I had to call 911 because he's a big guy. Yeah. Well, my dad used to call 911 all the time. My mom fell, but she wasn't a small woman. And he's a small man. She was not a small woman. And I have back problems and whatnot. And it's like, I can't, Dad. I cannot help you because I did for years. The first few years I lived there, I was helping him. And I hurt my back even worse. I said, I can't do it. So she started trying to tell him, no, she can't do it. She can't do it. So he had to start calling 911 and getting someone to come help him get my mom up. Yeah. My alert button. I just dropped a towel for him, but he broke his wrist and bruised his ribs. His wrist protected his ribs. Oh, wow. That's the other thing. You can get hurt in those kind of falls. So that, my alert button, yeah. You have to take it off every now and then to, charge it. But it is waterproof, so it goes in the shower with me, even though she's there. I don't take showers when she's not here. It would have to be an emergency type thing. So like when my daughter brought me home from the hospital, I feeling like super gross, and I'm like, will you please stay long enough to let me get a shower? Oh. I'm making a mess with the popcorn. Melanie says, I panicked when I heard him fall. I thought he'd had a seizure and hit his head. Thank God it wasn't that. Thank God. Yeah, it's easy to fall, unfortunately. And it's even easier for me because I have balance issues. I have problems walking without falling. That's why my kids don't want me living alone. They want me in a nursing home because they say it's dangerous. Nobody will know it. If you fall in here and you're unconscious, nobody's going to know. Now, this button is supposed to have fall protection on it, but they can't guarantee it 100%. So if I fall and I don't press the button and ask for help, they automatically send EMTs out to break down the door if they have to. So, they say if you fall, make sure you push the button. One, to let us know, and two, we need to know, whether or not you're unconscious or, lying there unconscious. So it registers. If I threw the button, I didn't know I threw it on my bed, and the thing registered, and the thing started talking to me. I'm like, the heck is that? It just gotten it. And I said, did you fall, ma'am? I'm like, no. I threw my button across the room, onto the bed. It registered as a fall. Then it started registering as a fall every time I leaned over to pick something up off the floor, which is all the time since I'm clumsy. No, I had to keep telling them I did not fall. Well, this one hasn't done it, and I don't know if that means it's not picking up things, or maybe they got better at making the button so it won't pick up other things, or maybe it's just not going to pick up the falls. But, I rely on this thing that if I was to fall and be not, knocked unconscious, that they would, contact me and send keys. And it is waterproof. Has a GPS on it, so if I'm out somewhere and something happens, I can push it. Or if somebody comes across me somewhere, they can push it, and they'd be able to find me with the GPS built into it. So, and now my Medicaid pays for it. I don't even have to pay for it anymore. Because my kids insisted I get it. I said, those things cost money. It's like, gotta be safe. So I started paying for it, but then when I got Medicaid, I found out Medicaid pays for it. Yay! Saved me money. Used to sleep on an icy hill at college trying to get to the cafeteria. Oh, now that sucks. And I was like, I'm trying to get my food and you can't get up the hill because it's icy. That really, really sucks. Slipping on ice is new fun to Laura. I slipped on black ice, leaving the campus rec center. I was wearing Chucks because I wasn't expecting it. Yeah, I've hit some black ice on the highway. I've done a 360 on a highway, on the street, because before I learned how to handle fishtailing, or whatever they call that, and the car would start to turn, I would turn the wrong way, like a dummy. So, the car goes this way, and I would turn the wheel that way. So, of course, it goes into a 360 spin down the highway because it's pure ice. There was nothing to stop it. And I'm like, oh, God, no cars, please, no trees. There was metal guardrails on the side of the road. And thankfully, it went straight down the road and didn't run into anybody, and it finally stopped slipping. I learned a lesson on how to stop fishtailing now. You turn toward the way your back end is going. Lesson learned. I had a big old bruise on my knees for a couple of weeks. I'm glad you only had a bruise. Oh, geez. It's funny. When I was going to work, if I walked outside and slid on the ice and snow and fell on a mud puddle, that was my clue that I was not going to work that day. Because I wasn't going to go all the way back in, get changed, come out and do the same thing all over again. So if that happened, just once, that was it. No work that day. Laura says, during my lunch break at work, I ran across the street to go get food, but my pants were falling down and my foot caught in the streetcar track. I fell on my knees on the bumps on the sidewalk. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. That hurt. Goose egg for a week. Oh. Yeah, I agree. Oh, no. Melanie says, there was one particularly snowy day when I was waiting for the weatherman on the news to say my school district was closed. I was all bundled up, but didn't get outside on time. Life lesson. Oh, life lesson, Laura says, don't run for food. So it's a continuation of what Melanie was saying. Okay. Jeez. Melanie, so when I tried to go down the driveway, which has a little downslope, I slipped and fell in front of a bus full of junior high kids. I was mortified. I convinced my mom to let me stay home. Oh, God. Yeah, really? That was right. My dad's house was on a hill, and I used to go try to get to my car, and it's like trying to walk down the ice without falling because there was a definite downhill, and getting up was even harder. And it's like, how am I going to get down there without falling? Because it's all ice. I mean, he tried to clear it as well as he could, but there's only so much you could do. I got popcorn everywhere. My aide is going to have a fit when she comes back in and sees all this popcorn all over the place. So yeah, here we're told not even to go out until the sidewalks are cleared. But I know a lot of people do because they said, "Look, I got somewhere to go. I'm going. I don't care whether you've done anything to the sidewalks or not." I don't like to drive in the snow anyhow, or ice. Definitely not ice. I almost couldn't get home one day from work because there was so much ice, and they were shutting roads down, and I kept driving, slipping all the way down the road and get to a roadblock. Sorry, can't get through. Slip and slide all the way back, try to find another road. And then I finally get to my street, and there's a really big problem because it was a narrow street, and I lived on a dirt road with a hill. So to get into the dirt road, you needed to have enough momentum to make the turn and not slide past, but still have enough momentum to get up over the hill. Boy, that was fun. And then, of course, sliding all the way back in between the trees because we lived back in the woods. I mean, you had to drive this single lane dirt road. And, when it was ice covered, it was very treacherous back there. But getting into it was the hard part because you had to turn, you had to be going at fast enough speed so that when you turn, you were still going enough to get over the hill to get onto the dirt road. And it didn't always work out quite so well. That was fun. Now, it's like, if I don't have to go out, I'm not going out. Because I always went to work because it was like, if you come to work and showed up, you would get paid for the day. But if you didn't make the attempt to come in, you didn't get paid. So I would make the attempt, get in, go through all that hassle just so I could get paid for the day. Melanie says, I remember one time when I was taking my dad to a neurology appointment at the Cleveland Clinic. His appointment was at 9 a.m. and we left at 7 a.m. because there was a horrible snowstorm. Yeah, sure. You have no idea how long it's going to take you to get there. Melanie says it was my first time driving on the highway going to downtown Cleveland in weather like that. We never went above 35 on the freeway and got there almost 45 minutes late. Oh, wow. And he left 2 hours early. Jeez. That was pretty bad. Pretty bad. There was one job I had, you weren't allowed to call out. It was a call center. And you weren't allowed to call out. They were open 24 hours, expected to be there. They didn't want to hear any excuses. And if the storm got so bad while you were there, then they'd figure something out for you to sleep there because you weren't going to, if you couldn't drive home in it, you couldn't get your car out, whatever. I'm like, no. And so one morning I was up with my dad with my mom. And so it was necessary that I'd be there. And if I left, the first of the storm was ending, and that was horrible enough. But there's a second storm that was threatened right behind it. So I said, if I leave now, I'm going to get stuck at work, and I'm not going to be able to get home. And my parents needed me. So I called out. Of course, I got chewed out for not coming into work. I said, look, I'm sorry. My parents needed me, and I couldn't do anything about it. But I drove in a lot of storms to get. In fact, I got stuck. I had a small car, and I got stuck on the freeway going, the off ramp, or on ramp in this case. And all the cars are piling up behind me, and they're like beeping, and I'm like, I can't go anywhere. In front of me is a vehicle sliding all over the road. So the people behind me get out and say, well, we're going to push you. And once you get going, don't stop. I said, there's a guy up there sliding all over the road. They're like, ignore him. Just keep going. Don't stop. I'm like, I can't ignore him. He's in the road. What am I supposed to do? I'm going to hit him. So they start pushing. Well, of course, the guy sliding around up there, I had to stop again. So they had to come again. And the second time, they managed to push me around him because he finally went off the road and got stuck. And they pushed me and got me past. They all had four-wheel drive vehicles. I didn't. I had a little tiny car, and the snow was above it. And I got stuck. And I had to be at work. I did get there eventually, but they didn't care. They didn't care what you had to go through. Mel said, but when we were on the main road where the hospital is, I made the mistake of slamming the brakes to make a red light while it was still yellow. Made a mistake, yeah, definitely. I did a full 180 and almost backed into a bus stop. He was calm through the whole thing, though. Oh, I wouldn't be calm. Boy, oh boy. Melanie says, lesson learned? Don't slam on your brakes when there's snow on the roads. Oh, yeah. Especially if you don't know if there's ice under the snow. Melanie says they made you sleep there with the... Yes. I refuse to get caught into those positions. Other people could stay there for as long as they want. I'm not doing it. It's like, I'm sorry. I'm going home. I'm not staying here. Now, sometimes they set you up in a motel. But if your car was snowed in and the plow came along and put 10 foot of snow behind your car, you aren't going anywhere. So, you're stuck in the building. And it's not like they provided, sleeping bags and stuff like that for you to sleep on either. I didn't get stuck. I never did. I know a lot of people who did, but I didn't get stuck in that particular problem. I just refused to go in and got yelled at for it. Melanie says, I remember seeing on live PD a particular road in Jersey that has a horrible slope, and there was a bad car, so storms were just piling into each other. We have a lot of those areas. And sometimes they go like this. So you slide all the way down this end, and then you try to go up, and then as you're going up the other side, you slide right back down into all the cars behind you. Terrible. We have a lot of roads like that around here. Really bad. Off to exercise. Happy exercising. Have fun, Laura. See you in a bit. Mm. Yeah, really. Mm. Bye, BA. You're welcome. Hope to see you soon. Have a good night's sleep. It is late. Wow. Wasn't even watching the time. That's because I got up so late. Melanie says I got my binder open, ready to proofread chapter 2 to 3 of my third draft. Okay. Let's see. I think Laura has another one. I don't want the 20-minute one, but let's see if it's possible to get. I don't want to use the same one. I want to get the third one. So I guess I'm going to have to go back to YouTube. Let's see. I want the other one. Not the 10-minute one. Where is it? Give me a second. I'm going to find that timer. She did 3 20-minute ones. Here it is. This one. Okay. Now, let's see if I can do this right this time. I think I did it. By Jove, I did it. Okay. Melanie says I'm also making a snack. All right. Well, I found the timer. I'll give you a few minutes to get your snack. Yeah, Laura Nettles made the timers that I've been using. They have nice music to them and really nice. All right. So we're going to start. Let's see. I'm going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Go. So they have nice little music to them, and Laura just made them tonight. They're only 20 minutes though. Let's see any problem. They're 20-minute timers. All right, back to where I was. Well, another sprint is complete. Yep. Dropping things. Okay. So how did we do? Oh, good night, Shadow. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming. Melanie says she's going to eat, then come back before the next sprint. I'm sure you'll be up. Be right back. Yeah, I'll be up for a little while. Laura was exercising. A couple people left to sleep. Mm. I envy them. I wish I could sleep. I put in what appears to be sleep, but it's certainly not refreshing my body. Oh, Alley Cat. Great. 190 words edited. That's good. I still have beta readers coming in. And then I will be packing a huge editing job. I mean, I did my own editing as I was going along. But now that I'm getting, feedback from beta readers, I'm going to have to do some more editing. I'm almost done with Pop. I did all 3 of the 20-minute sprints. Oh, see, popcorn everywhere. You dress me up, but you can't take me out. Okay, Melanie's back. Well, I did all 3 of Lars, except for I'm not going to do the 10-minute one because I don't do 10-minute sprints. So that one I'm not going to do. But I did all 3 of those. And they were pretty cool. And I guess we'll go back to our old-fashioned timer. Get the... There it is, Google timer. All right. All right, got the Google timer back. Yeah, 30-minute sprint. Yeah, I don't like the 20 minutes, but I wanted to do the, do the timer, so I did the timers. But now we're back to the 30-minute sprints. So you need to get some work done. Okay, dokie. So let's see. I probably lost time. I don't know what. I don't even know what I'm doing. 5th sprint. Maybe I'm on the 6th sprint. I don't know. I lose track. Sometimes I change it, sometimes I don't. Okay. So I'm going to set it for 30 minutes and we're going to get started. Maybe I can get something done myself and stop playing around. I'm doing more playing around than I am anything else. That's for doggone sure. Okay, you're keeping track for number 6. Okay, cool. It's not usually that I get it on the right one. I tend to forget half the time. It's like, yeah, why do I put the number on there? Just say sprinting. Make life easier on yourself. Then you don't have to keep changing it. Oh, I'm such a dingbat sometimes. All right. Now I have to rethink because, you know, it took a lot of brain power to figure out how to use Lars. Now I got to go, okay, how do we do this one now? Okay, here we go. 30 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okie dokie. Wow. I posted something on my blog. It's a short thing I wrote. And I was just sitting there doing my medication, my breathing medication. And this story popped into my head that fit all the three words, which are kind of odd words. They had to use tomorrow, the word week, W-E-A-K, and thoughtful. And I wrote something really stupid. And I'm like, this story pops in my head, which is the way I write. Things pop into my head. And those words actually all kind of made sense to me. And it's just, I wasn't sure where to go with the story. I had one thing in mind, and then another thing popped in too. So I changed the ending. I have to go and fix the blog post because it still has the old one on it. I didn't get a chance to run out of time because I had to come over here real quick and try to write up my story. So I was really, really amazed. That's how things happen to me. Like nothing is there, and then something is there. And it's usually like that. It's like a full thing. That's why I'm having a problem with this second book to go with my first one, because it's not coming like that. And yeah, time really flew by is right. I ran out of time. I still have to go finish fixing that blog. So how did you do, Melanie? Did you were editing, I think it was. Let's see, we got Alley Cat, I think, still here. How'd you guys do? I wish the second book would come into my head like that, like the first one did. I mean, it's just, I don't know if I'm going to end up getting a second book because nothing's coming at this point, really. A couple ideas have kind of wandered through my mind, but not anything exciting. Of course, I've got popcorn caught between my teeth. Oh, crazy. And it's still cold in here. Okay, so Alley Cat's editing still, of course. She has 130 words edited. Okay, good job. Melanie says, yeah, I'm almost done proofreading chapter 3. Just a couple of pages left to go. Okay, progress there. And I ended up writing a last minute story on the fly because it just came to me. I didn't even finish doing my medicine. I stopped and came and wrote the story. I just have to put it on the blog. I wasn't happy with what I put up there, but nothing was coming. And then I was thinking about my grandson, the one who just got out of the Marine Corps. And I mean, this has nothing to do with him, his life or anything, but it just, your mind start thinking about young men and this and that. And he has a baby brother who had just turned 1 year old, and he missed the first birthday party, because I was in the hospital. And because of the pandemic, it wasn't a smart idea to have a party anyhow. So, he missed the first birthday party, and it just kind of like stuck in my head, and all of a sudden this story just develops. So that's what I ended up doing, and now we got to put it in the blog post. I think there's just the 2 of you. It says 5 people, but I think it's just 2 of you. Because Laura was exercising, and then, of course, Bobby had to go shower again after that. I'm not sure if she's coming back. And everybody else has left. A couple people just disappeared. Like Shay stops by and then stays for a little bit and then usually moves on. And that was first thing when we first started. So she stopped buying. And it's true, I didn't think about it. She said something about it being Saturday. And it is usually if I sprint on a Saturday, she usually does pop in. So, yeah. Yeah, Shadow left. BA left. Laura was exercising. Speaking of who else was here, we had, like I said, Shay was here very early. And Laura was here very early. I think Laura was the first person. I'm like, wow. It says 6 now. I don't know. Sometimes these things are weird. But people pop in and pop out. You never know. Now, I've been waiting for Jen because Jen said I should do a pop-up over the weekend, so I figured she'd be around. But I haven't seen Jen yet. I mean, she's 3 hours behind, so it's just 9 o'clock where she's at. And I'm getting so cold that I'm like want to wrap my blankets around me. And I'm like, don't want to put the heat on. Because once I put it on, it's going to be too hot in here. And then I'll be back to the fans and the whatnot when it gets too hot. But it's not getting warm, and I don't understand why. I'm not sure why. I knew it's not windy out. It normally is hot up here. I can't figure this out. Oh, Key was here for a little while, too. That's right. We had Key for a little while. Oh, and Amber. That's right. We had Amber for a little while. A lot of them probably just stayed logged in and moved on. So Melanie finished her proofreading for today. I don't set times on my stuff. I do them as I feel. I know a lot of people say, well, I'm going to do this many pages or I'm going to do this amount of time. And I just kind of, whatever I see fit. I can continue hanging out for a bit, though, if you're still sprinting. Well, that's cool. Well, I definitely have at least one more sprint because I have to do that story, and I need to check. I wanted to check another of my websites that gives me prompts and see what her prompt is if I wanted to do that. So, I'll probably do a few more sprints. ZO. I don't know what ZO means. At least that's what it looks like to me. I don't have my glasses on, but it looks like a Z. Oh, ignore that. I'm proofreading chapter 1 to 5 on a printed copy and then going back to edit for continuity next week. Oh. I do my editing online. I don't print it out and do it. I don't like wasting all the paper and the ink and everything. And for me, it's easier just to fix it as I'm going along. But I know a lot of people print it out and work from a printed copy. So, I mean, it's all in the matter of how you wish to do it. And whatever works best for you. And I don't know how I'm going to manage this with all these beta readers. Don't know never having had beta readers for one thing, and having, what I'm going to end up doing. Like, I have a ton of things in there from Megan, and it looks like every time she made a change, it sent me a a thing saying she made a change. Like, you don't have to send me a message every time she makes a change in there. But that's what it was doing, and it had a whole bunch of them in there, and I'm like, so I don't know exactly how I'm going to handle that, because obviously you have to go through each one and find out what each, that's why I wanted to make a spreadsheet so I could record what each person thought, so I could look at it and see, if it was something I thought needed to be changed, or if I was going to override that and decide to keep it myself, if I didn't agree with the people and, you know, whatnot. And I just not really sure how to go along with it. Melanie says, I print it because I spend so much time drafting that looking for errors can give me migraines from squinting. Well, I can see that. I know I'm not wearing my glasses right now, and surprisingly, I don't have a headache, but I usually do have one. Has to do with how your notifications are set up. It can be annoying. Yeah, I have no idea how the setup is. All I know is that I looked in my email and there's this long list, and I thought, is it going to tell me every time she makes a comment? I mean, I don't need something telling me that she made a comment each time she makes a comment. So I know when I had La Monique, you probably don't know her. I don't think you were around when she was here. She read half when I still had only half done. She did the first half. It didn't send me a notification every time. It just sent me one notification that she was done with it. So I don't understand what it's doing. But I had trouble sending them out. It didn't want to send those documents out. So Mama ended up, because her mama was on with me, and she kept saying, no, I don't have it yet. I don't have it yet. And finally, she ended up, I copied it into an email and sent her the document. And then she put it into Google Docs and sent it to me, shared it with me. So for 2 days, I kept trying to send these things out and share them. And then I finally found a way, and I don't remember now how to do it, but I found a way to check it to see whether or not it was shared or not. There was a spot that actually showed it. I'm like, why is this not sharing? So, screwy. Melanie says, lucky for me, my husband ordered a package of blue light glasses that help eye strain. There were 3 in the pack, so he gave me one, and oh my God, what a difference. And I'll be right back again. Okay. Okay, you're back. I went ahead and fixed my post. So the story is up there now instead of what I wrote before. I'm also, I have so much stuff I don't know what to do. That's, I don't know if you ever get to that point, but I'm always like overflowing with stuff and I just don't know what to do. And I start things, I never finish them. I've got half-started projects everywhere. I have a blog for finicky fiction that's going live tomorrow. It should probably make the post for my brain's tired. There you go. I'm not sure. I know I want to do some writing. I haven't been doing a lot. Haven't been doing a lot of writing. I can work on that. In the morning, my brain will be tired. The crazy way I'm sleeping and having to use that stupid machine is absolutely not doing what it's supposed to do. I have to call the doctor about that. I have to make an appointment to get my car worked on. Let my daughter know so she can let my grandson know so he can pick me up and we can spend some time together. Yeah, I'm sorry it's not helping me too. Because the doctor says if I don't get this darn sleep apnea under control, and it slowly starts shutting down things in your body. I already have congestive heart failure thanks to the sleep apnea, and it's just the beginning. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do? I can't wear the machine. Wear the masks and stuff. They don't seem to fit my face. And here I am again, trying again with a new machine, another mask, and it's not doing anything. I'm dead tired. I get up and I sit down and I fall asleep. I miss things. And now with the machine, I don't always hear the cell phone. That's what I use for the alarm. Or if somebody's calling me, I'll end up missing calls because of the noise from the machine. But to us, the only thing it's doing differently is instead of sleeping for 45 minutes or so at a time, I'm sleeping for more hours. But I'm not feeling better. It's a shame they can't make custom masks for people. No, it's possible they do. I guess they've got the money for it. But, I have to take whatever insurance will give me. But I told the doctor my head is small. I need a child-sized mask. So he finally gets me a child-sized mask for the sleep study. But because I'm a mouth breather, I couldn't use it because it was only for the nose. And I have to wear a full face mask to cover my nose and my mouth. They both have to be covered. So I ended up with an adult mask. And then he goes and orders a medium-sized headset. So I got a small mask, which may or may not be leaking. I can't tell. It seems like there's an awful lot of air around it. And headgear that won't stay in place on my head. And so I don't even know why he ordered medium. That was stupid in the first place. After we had that big discussion, he orders me a medium. I don't understand. doctors are so stupid. Your brain's asleep, but it and your body aren't getting the rest you need. Yeah, exactly. And it's doctor says it's killing me. He says that the congestive heart failure is just the beginning. If I don't start getting sleep, besides I can't think. That's why my brain doesn't work half the time. I have no memory. My memory's shot. I can't think. And it's because, the cognitive issues that I'm going through are because I'm not getting oxygen to my brain. Your brain's not your oh my God, why me? Your brain's, I'm sorry, I can't figure out what you were trying to say. I'm definitely not getting the rest that I need. And I can't think. And my cognitive abilities should be able to do simple math. Granted, I was never a math genius, but simple math escapes me. Reading a clock. I learned how to read a clock when I was a kid. When I look at the clock and it's a regular clock, I have sorry. Yeah, can't talk either. Trouble talking. Have trouble understanding the time without it being digital where it tells me it's 12:15. I look at it and I have to try to figure out, with the placement of the hands and stuff. This stuff you learn as a kid. What the heck? It's like, what is wrong with me? And that's not the only thing. I mean, there are just so many cognitive issues that I'm experiencing due to this, and that's another issue why living alone is not a smart thing for me, because I really can't be trusted. So, as someone who watched her father go through brain cancer, I can say doctors don't know as much about the brain as they should by now. They don't know a lot about a lot of things, and even these specialists, they don't necessarily know everything, even though they're a specialist. Now, I went to the nephrologist yesterday because they made this big thing. My endocrinologist made this big thing about I had an issue with my kidney, and they made it sound like I was going to die if I didn't get it checked. And I'm sitting here talking to this doctor, and he says to me, he goes, "Are you in the medical field?" I'm like, "No." Why? He says, "Because you're pretty intelligent and you seem to know what you're talking about." I said, "That comes from the school of hard knocks." I learned that the hard way because I get every disease and every disorder known to man. I mean, it just seems to be the way my life is going. And so, yes, I know a lot about the medical field, and I am pretty smart when my brain's not malfunctioning. Okay, let's see. So my dad has that, and he recently got a machine for breathing too. His doctor for it was dumb too. He kept telling him what kind of sleep problems he had, and it wasn't what the paper said. Surprise, surprise. But after reading about what Senator John McCain went through, he had the same type of tumor my father had, they have come further with the treatments, it seems. Well, that's good. It also comes from knowing your body. That is a big one right there. And that's what I told doctor. And I said, I'm glad someone is actually even listening to me, because doctors don't listen to their patients, and they should learn to listen to the patients, because the patients know their bodies. And they could get a lot further if they start listening and not just trying to lump everybody into the same mold and say, well, this is what we do for Well, I'm sorry, my body doesn't want to do what you want to do. I mean, I've been told so many times that's not possible. That's just not possible. If it's not possible, you tell me why my body's doing it. Well, it's not possible. Well, yeah, it is possible. I'm doing it, aren't I? And they don't know what to say. They're so stupid. I hate doctors. He snores in his sleep, and we got a mask so he could breathe easier. Only problem is it dries out some of his skin. He had to make an appointment to get the dumb machine or something like that. Oh, yeah, I had to go through sleep studies, numerous sleep studies to get the machine. Mine has a humidifier on it to help keep it from getting dried out. It is a pain to have those sleep studies too. You sleep overnight in the center and they watch you by camera, which is not exactly the happiest thing in the world. My mom is always worried that people will think she's a hypochondriac because she'll go to the doc anytime something is amiss. Sometimes it's small things. Yeah, I know that feeling too. Because things are happening and, you want to know. And it doesn't necessarily make you a hypochondriac. I mean, I get so angry. Other times she's had to have a gallbladder out. Yeah, I've been down that route too. In fact, they waited so long to give me an appointment that the stone moved out of the gallbladder into the bile duct and blocked it. So they took my gallbladder out, which was full of stones, not just one, but full of stones. They took that out. But they didn't, because my body is short and tight and everything's all wrapped up, they didn't do the test. So they weren't able to check if they got all the stones. And one had moved into the bile duct. They didn't know that. However, when I started complaining about the pain and getting sick, not being able to eat, the same things that I went through before I had my gallbladder out, and I'm telling them this, they're telling me, well, man, you just had major surgery. Of course you've got pain. They ignored me. Now that surgeon knew he didn't do that test. He did not check to make sure the stones were out of my bile duct. He should have said, oh, well, I wasn't able to check. We need to do an endoscopy and make sure that it's done. They didn't bother doing that. And I was really sick. I was jaundiced by the time they finally figured out that the stone was in the bile duct. And then I had to wait a week to get a hospital bed in another hospital because they couldn't do it there because it was just a small town hospital. I had to wait until I could be shipped over to Philadelphia. And I couldn't eat anything. I was on a clear broth, fluid diet because of the stone being in the bile duct. I was bright yellow. I was beautiful. And all because of this bunch of stupid doctors who said, well, you had surgery. Of course you hurt. And they ignored me. They did not pay attention to what I said. And it really, really irritated the hell out of me. They just don't listen to people. Allie Cass says, I agree. They need better people for these sleeping stuff. Make sure these doctors know what they're doing and saying. Yeah, he should know better. And we've been over this. I've had this for at least 15 to 20 years. You would think that he would know by now. Same doctor. That he would know by now that we've been over this over and over again. And I have to keep getting new masks because they don't fit my face. And ordering extra small if they have it. And still not fitting my face. And I keep telling them, I need a child's mask. No children have sleep apnea. I had to look this all up myself because the stupid doctor wasn't giving me any answers, And I'm like, they have children's masks. So this time he finally listens to me, orders the mask, but he doesn't order one full face, and I'm a mouth breather, so I need a full face mask. So I ended up, I'm back with an adult size mask. He ordered a medium instead of even a small, which would have probably been still too big. He ordered a medium headset to hold it on, so the whole thing slides around my head. And now, you know, I still feel as horrible as they did before I started wearing it. Melanie says to Allie, my husband is a snorer as well, but he's also a heavy guy, but he is long overdue for a sleep study because he's always been a snorer. Oh God, do I snore. When we went when we went to Disney and we were in the same room, my daughter would yell, Mom! It seemed like every 5 minutes she was yelling at me because I was snoring. I'm sorry. I can't help it. I snore. And I've had 5 or 6 now sleep studies done. This is my 4th machine. The 4th time I've gone through this mask hell. And I have to call the doctor next week and say, you ordered the wrong size to begin with. This mask doesn't appear to be working because I'm still dead tired. I still sit down and fall asleep. And I mean within minutes of sitting down in a chair, if I am not occupied, fully occupied, like now, I am going to go sound asleep. And this happens all day long. I cannot stay awake. I have to keep setting alarms on my phone to keep waking me up throughout the day because I can't stay awake. It was ridiculous. Allie says he went to multiple sleep studies too. Exactly. And he hated it, which I don't blame him. You're sleeping in an unfamiliar place. You know they're watching you by camera. So how do you sleep when you know somebody's watching your every move? It's embarrassing, kind of, I mean, you're dressed and everything. I'm not saying that, but just having somebody watch you sleep is embarrassing, I find. That's the way I feel anyhow. Melanie says, when I went back to the ER back in November, week of Thanksgiving, I was told I'd have imaging done of my uterus to see if an emergency hysterectomy was needed because I was essentially hemorrhaging. Ah, sorry to hear about that. Hallie Katz says, Melanie, oof, that's crazy. My dad has always been a snorer too. The ER doc came in and did a pelvic exam with a pap smear. They never got to the imaging. I wasn't bleeding that day when I went in, but I was 4 days before. Huh, that's typical too. I went in because I was super dizzy and my heart rate was going haywire whenever I would lie down. My hemoglobin was 4.4. I needed 5 bags of blood over 36 hours. Wow. Melanie says, oh my gosh, Tessa, that is terrible. My whole life is terrible. And people wonder why I wonder what's the point of living, honestly, honest to God. The other day, I was sounding off to my psychiatrist, and I said, don't take this the wrong way. I'm not thinking about suicide. But what's the point? Because I don't get the point of my life. I just don't understand it. I've lived in constant pain since I was a child. I have all these weird anomalies happening that people tell me are impossible, even though I'm standing in front of them with it. And, yeah, it's dumb. Sadly, there's not too much we can do sometimes. I agree with you, Allie Cat. It's crazy how many tube things, about the name at the moment, they put on a person to just so they can watch you and see what you do in your sleep. Oh, I don't know how many there were, but I was covered. And I mean, and the stuff is goopy, sticky, nasty, and they send you home looking like Frankenstein's monster with your hair sticking out all over your body with goopy stuff in it. That's how you go home. It's like, please let me get home without anybody seeing me. Yeah, they stick. It's a lot. I mean, there are a ton of them. When you walk in there, hanging on the thing, it's just thing after thing after thing that has to be hooked onto you somewhere. It's crazy. Melanie says to Alley Cat, my husband has epilepsy, and when he was in the hospital a way back while, he had those probes all over his head so they could monitor his brain activity while he slept. Probably the same thing that they do for the sleep study. Yeah. Annoying as all get out. Melanie says it was so high tech, I was in awe. Life has been, I don't know what life has been, but I was like, the other day, it's like, what's the point? What is the point? And I told my psychiatrist, please don't take this the wrong way. I'm not thinking about suicide today, anyhow. I'm not thinking about suicide. And I just don't understand what the point is, because my life has been what? What is it? What's the word I want? My life has been a bad joke. Like someone telling a bad joke. It's not funny. It's horrible. My kids are always, oh, mom, not again. What now? You know, they really make me feel terrible. Really made me feel, sometimes they make me feel super bad, because I'm sorry, I'm having a problem and I have to go back to the hospital again. I'm sorry. And sometimes, yes, it turns out they can't find out what's wrong. I have an issue, but they can't figure out what it is. So they send me home. So to my kids, it means, oh, well, you just, wasted our time by dragging us all to the hospital for however long they decide to keep me and try to figure out what's wrong and never figure it out. And man, you know how many times I've been in a hospital and they can't figure out. I mean, it gets to the point where when something's actually wrong, I'm like, hey, yay, I can finally say to my kids, something's wrong, so you don't have to be embarrassed because I'm in the hospital again and they couldn't figure out what was wrong. They found something. Are you happy now? I mean, gee, now I have congestive heart failure. Does that make it okay for me to go to the hospital? Because this time I have congestive heart failure. It was actually something serious. So now, you feel a little bit bad about how you've treated me all this time. I don't know. Allie says to Melanie, my dad had that too. He had a hard time sleeping with all those cords on. It's honestly crazy. I was so wrapped up in those things. It was nuts. And I had to get up in the middle of the night and go to the bathroom. And they had to unwrap me, unhook half of them, then rehook everything back up so I could get back in bed. I'm like, oh, God. And I've done this. Like I said, I've had at least anywhere from 5 to 7. I've lost track. Sleep studies. So, but I get so frustrated because the doctors can't help me. They don't know what's wrong. Yes, something's wrong. I'm not a hypochondriac, whatever that word is. I'm not one of those. There's something wrong, but they can't figure out what it is. that's wrong. I mean, I'm liable to just pass out. And let me tell you, if you go into the hospital, ER, after you've fallen, now I ripped my leg wide open. It was bleeding all over. I had a huge cut. I fell and I was walking in the street. I was doing the healthy thing, took my lunch and did a walk. And there were people standing there and I passed out. They said it was weird because you just kind of fell face forward into the road. I just fell, and I'm like, I don't know what happened. And my knee was bleeding all over the place and everything. So I went back to work. After they wouldn't let me go, so they made me call work and get somebody to come from my job to take me back to work. And I had to call my doctor. And they said, go to the hospital and have that knee looked at, because being diabetic, I have a hard time healing. And it was a really bad cut, and it might need stitches. So I went to the hospital, ER, and I said, I was walking and I fell, but I don't know what happened. I don't know why I fell. That was the worst thing I ever could have said. It's the worst thing I ever could have said. They would not let me out of the hospital. They didn't even look at my knee. I finally had to say hours later, could you please clean my knee and bandage it? Because it's bleeding all over the place. It's full of dirt. All they could think was, oh, she passed out and she doesn't know why. We have to run every test there is known to man on her. And they kept me like 5 days, and I had very intensive, very invasive tests done. They don't know why I passed out. They wouldn't let me go home. I'm surprised they didn't have you just go home. No. The people that found me made me call my work. Work made me call my doctor. Doctor made me go to the hospital, which I'm surprised they let me drive myself to the hospital. And I drove to the hospital. And when I got there and I said that, don't say I fell and I don't know why, because they will give you a million tests and not let you out. But I've had that happen so many times where I've passed out, and they don't know why. It could be the sleep apnea is causing lack of oxygen to the brain, and I pass out. It could be so many things. They don't know what it is, and they can't figure it out. Just another one of those anomalies that I have that nobody can figure out. It's really, really, oh dear. Life is complicated. Life is hard. And sometimes, like I said, what's the point? Why? Why am I going through this? Why am I alive? Obviously, I'm not supposed to be dead, or I would have been by now, because I've had some pretty weird things happen that would have killed some people, but I'm not dead. So I'm obviously not supposed to be dead yet. I even tried to do it myself, and I did not manage to kill myself. So I wasn't supposed to be dead. That's pretty obvious. And this one accidental overdose I had because my kidney shut down and didn't flush the pain pills out, and I went into overdose and didn't know it. I had barely enough sense. I woke up thankfully, and I hit the emergency button because I didn't know what was wrong with me. But I don't remember anything after that because I was having an overdose. And that one was not planned, although my kids were on the phone and they're like, did she do that on purpose? See, you do it once, they don't trust you. And my daughter's like, no. The hospital said it was an accident. Her kidney shut down. And unfortunately, The pain pills did not get flushed out of my system. And I kept taking them. Why not? I'm supposed to take them every 6 hours. I had no idea I had a problem. Hope I'm not boring, are you? People are disappearing. I see the numbers disappearing here. I don't even know who's left. If anybody's still here or not. As we talk about my crazy life, people keep telling me I should write about my crazy life. I've written a lot. I started writing bits and pieces of my memoirs, but, you know, honestly. Thank you, Melanie. Yeah, I'm good. You're still here, and you're letting me get things off my chest. Yes, it's helpful. I have always found out talking has definitely helped. Allie says, all I can say is that there's probably still stuff you need to do that isn't finished yet. Maybe helping someone else somehow or something important. I believe there's a reason for everyone to live. And yes, that has crossed my mind, Allie. And I do my best to help other people. And I have stopped other people from committing suicide. I have been able to talk them out of it. So my life is not a total loss. I have saved people. I have gotten people who need help, who did not understand or know how. So, yes, I'm definitely here for a reason. And my time's not up yet. So, Allie says we just don't always know why. Yeah, Melanie says beautifully said to Allie. Yes, it was. Thank you guys for listening to me. Melanie says I'm going to hop off for the night though. I only got 4 hours of sleep last night and I'm ready to crash. Take care, Tessa and Allie. See you next time. Thank you, Melanie, for listening. It's been a pleasure having you on my live stream, and I hope to see you soon. Good night. And thanks to you, Allie, too, for listening. Sometimes my live streams end up this way. Sometimes it's other people we're talking about, and sometimes it's me. But I'm here for anybody who needs it. And I just feel that's one of the things, if you were to see my blog stuff and whatnot, I put on there that I'm an advocate. And even on my YouTube channel, I don't know if I put that on there. I did on the old one, but I put it on a lot of my thumbnails that I'm definitely an advocate for mental health, because so many people out there need help. And then there's the invisible illnesses that other people just don't believe in, such as fibromyalgia and things that aren't visible on the outside. If people just, ignore because they can't see it, it doesn't exist. So I am an advocate for those kind of things. So yes, there's a reason for me still being here. I haven't done whatever it is I came to this life to do. I don't know if you still want to write, or you were editing, Allie. If you still wanted to do sprints or whatever, it's up to you. I think you're the last person left. So let me know. I can start a sprint. I still have things to do myself, so. I'm getting another craving for chocolate milk. Oh, Lord. I hate milk. I really hate milk. But I like chocolate milk, and I'm having a really bad craving for it. I have colitis, so I have to take the lactose-free milk. And but I'm having a real craving for it. It's really weird. I'm going to run out soon. I have to go buy some more. But did you want to do another sprint, Allie, or not? I mean, I'm going to start one. I mean, just in case, and if not, okay, okay, you do. Okay, great. Let me set it, and we'll get started, and we'll get off this gruesome subject because I don't want to go to bed like this. I need to bring my spirits back up. So let's get things into a better perspective. I'm going to set the timer now. 30 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Forgot about the timer. It startled me. I don't know if you're still here, Allie. Or not. I finished my nightly meds. I got that milk I was wanting. And then I started again following something that I had made a note on. So I checked it out, which of course had me watching a YouTube video, which is where I got really involved in this YouTube videos on budgeting and stuff. Um, Someone told me about this person, and so I said I'd check it out. So I was checking out her site. I still need to make some more shorts, the YouTube shorts. So I need more uh, subjects to do them on. I've got several of them done and set up and scheduled, but I need to find some more things to make these little shorts on. They are getting a lot of hits, but it's definitely helping my watch time, I'm sure. I had over 123 the last time I checked, and I just posted it the other day. So people are definitely hitting these little shorts, YouTube shorts. They're a little harder to make because it's very hard to do something in less than 60 seconds. And mine aren't that fancy right now. They can be. I mean, I've seen them done with headings, with an intro and an outro, plus, and this all has to be in that 60 seconds. So if you do an intro and an outro, you have to be very quick, and then, you have less time to talk on your subject. So they're not simple to make, for sure. And now I need some more subjects because I hit the ones I knew for sure. So trying to decide. Should I run another? We'll run another one. And then if you don't show back up, Allie, then I'll just end and work on my stuff on my own. So I'll do one more timer. "30 minutes. Okay. And I'm muted again. Oh boy, I don't even remember muting myself. Obviously, I muted myself. I see we're watching a video. That's what I was just doing. And the timer startled me. And I've been kind of brainstorming subjects for these little short videos that I've been trying to create. I don't know if you're still here or not. So I was going through a couple videos and I just stumbled across a video. I was like, I don't remember actually subscribing to this person, but yet they come to my stream all the time. So sometime I actually subscribe to them. So it was a strange thing. I'm like, okay. Alley Cat got 489. Hi, Mary. Alley Cat got 489 words edited. That was cool. And you were watching a video, too. Very good. I sat there and watched the video and was trying to think of subjects, like I said, for these little shorts, and try to see if I can come up with something for the subject to make sense or not. It was hard getting them. For some reason, YouTube was being a pain today, and I was trying to upload them and wouldn't take my template, and it would say it was there, it would save it, it would show it, it would be there, and then when I would go to look at it in the thing, you know, the actual page, the lineup, the template would be gone. I'm like, for the thumbnail, I'm like, I mean, the thumbnail would be gone, not template. I don't know why I said template. Thumbnail would be gone. And I'm like, why is the thumbnail gone? It saved it, it showed it, and now it's gone again. So it took me a long time to do those today. And I had to keep refilming them because every time I either made a mistake or it went over 60 seconds, I'd have to stop, start all over again. And oh boy, because it's not easy talking about something in 60 seconds or less. It's really hard. So I don't know, I think I have 5 now scheduled, but I got them spread out so they're not all close together. But they are getting hits. I mean, I was amazed at the hits. How are you doing, Mary? The video I stumbled on was the one with the Clever Fox planners. I don't know if you were here earlier when we were talking about them now, but B.A. Pascar has been talking about them, and I know I've been hearing about them on other channels, and I've been not hearing all good things about them. BA ordered one and said it will be coming in, so he's going to check it out. But I had other people talking about it, and they weren't talking about it very well. So, I mean, I'm happy with the one I have, and I can like set it up the way I want to set it up. So, I like having that. I'm not a planner person. I'm trying to get myself organized and like to be a planner person. Just don't know that it's going to happen. I need to start writing again. But it's just not coming. Which is disappointing because that first story just, it was like, wow, right there. And now I'm like struggling with, I don't even know how to start this story. I was going to try to do a sequel to the one I just did that's still in beta readers. And, try to write a sequel, but I don't know. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to. Like, I wanted to write thrillers. I think they're neat, but sometimes they can be difficult. So I'm not sure. I mean, I'm also thinking about getting into romance stories. But I'm not sure about that either, exactly. I don't really know what I want to do when I grow up. Considering I'm 64 years old, I should know what I want to do when I grow up. But I don't know what I want to do when I grow up. If I ever grow up. I mean, it's like 2021. So far, it doesn't feel any different than 2020. And we've already had so many issues happen that aren't good. I'm like, gosh, we're starting the world, this brand new year out, and it's not that great. And I want it to be better than 2020 was. And so far, it's not starting out so great. And I don't know. It's hard not to be discouraged. Discouraged. Still writing down topics to look into to see about these little shorts. Is there something I can do with certain things that pop into my head? I'm writing them down so I can actually look into them and see if there's anything worth using. He did about 5, which I think is pretty good. Yeah, it does, Mary, doesn't it? Maybe even a little worse. I mean, I know some people who have gotten the vaccine so far. They're healthcare workers because I have healthcare nurses coming to my house. And so they, have to have the vaccine. And it's not going to change much. Maybe not for a long time. And if people don't get the vaccine, like so many people percentage-wise have to get it for that herd immunity they talk about. And if people are refusing to get it, then it's not going to happen anyhow. And we're just going to just keep on going the way things are going. And this mess with the White House, I mean, I can't watch the news. I just can't deal with it. My anxiety is so bad. I can't watch the news. I don't want to really know. My neighbor insists on telling me all about it. He's like, yeah, did you see? I said, no. Look, how many times I have to tell you don't watch the news? So then he proceeds to tell me everything that's going on that I didn't want to know about. I would have been just as happy not knowing about that. I can't believe what's going on in this world. I never would have thought I'd live to see something like this these last 12 or so months. And it's not looking very bright for the future right now. And it's sometimes hard to just keep trying to go on as if nothing's wrong. Something is wrong. Something's very wrong. So, Mary, are you here to write? Or, well, you don't have to write. Are you? I don't know. Are you here for sprints or? I don't know exactly what I've been doing. A little bit of everything. I did write a couple. I wrote a short story for my blog, and I posted the first thing I posted. They didn't like, so and then all of a sudden the story pops into my mind. So I quick write it up, and I changed the post because the first one I put up was stupid. I didn't have anything else, and then the story came to mind, and I thought, now that's the way I'm used to doing it, where it just all pops into my head because I'm a pantser, and it just pops in my head. And the whole novel I just wrote popped into my head. But this second one's not doing the same thing. So I'm not sure that that's actually going to end up happening. I was excited at first that I had an idea, but I'm not exactly sure now whether I do or I don't. So it seems like the longer I put it off, of course, the more it kind of fades out of my mind. And not being an outliner, I haven't felt like trying to outline it. But I need to write things down or I'm going to forget. But I'm not really sure where to go with that. It's not doing the normal thing of popping into my head. So you guys want me to start another sprint? Mary says, I'm up for anything. I currently don't know what I'm going to do. I'm either going to brainstorm or do some planning for my Instagram. They're both important things to do. So I'll go ahead and set up another one. And we'll see what happens. Maybe some inspiration will hit us. One can hope. So I'm going to start 30-minute sprints. Okay. I'm going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okie dokie. Now I'm going to mute myself again because I've been watching videos and stuff. I don't want to make a lot of noise. Then I always forget and start talking without unmuting myself. Not so smart. All right. I actually used the time. I created 2 templates for the possibility of 2 new little short videos. I kind of created it because I'm to do those unless I can get the knowledge in my head so it appears as if I know what I'm talking about and not staring at a paper. That's the hardest thing. But I made like bullet point templates with the information I would like to use for 2 of my ideas so far. So I did something. Wasn't a total loss. I did finish the video for the person that was unloading it, unboxing a clever box planner. I've heard some not so great things about it, and I looked at the video of the unboxing and it didn't impress me. But the person unboxing it was happy with it, so that's the important part. It's not up my alley. And it was hardbound. So it was a hardbound book. Not what I'm used to in what I would call a planner. So, not for me, but they were very excited about it. So that's the important thing. So what did you guys do? Did you get anything done? I need to do something in Instagram. I created my next couple videos. Today was a pop-up. I created my next 2 scheduled ones, but I have to create my Instagram part of it where I schedule a post to go out, letting people know that I'm having a live stream. So that part I still have to do, but I can't do that while I'm in the middle of posting, obviously. So I have to do that still. Which today was really, really last minute. I popped out of bed and jumped online because I slept all day. Not a productive day at all. Oh, I am sitting here daydreaming and I missed I started to write my characters' backstories, so I already know why they're the way they are when I start writing my book. Okay, I know a lot of people do that for their characters. I don't do that myself, but I know a lot of people who do, and a lot of people that think it's very important part of the story. And the one person I'm thinking of has written like 26 books, so obviously they know what they're talking about. Here I am, just putting out I'm not even putting out. I'm still editing. I'm waiting for beta readers. So, I mean, who am I to say it's not important? I just didn't find it helpful for me. I didn't see where it fit in. And it's one of those things where, everybody's different. Some people feel that a very detailed character sheet is very important. I just put down like basic info, and it's on a story Bible because being a pantser, it's hard to keep all that stuff in my head when it's a novel length. gets too much. It gets very complicated. But I really, for me, only need like a description. Maybe where they live, or what kind of car they drive, family members, stuff like that. I don't see the need where going into their childhood, something happened and made them the way they are. So I have had a couple of people who are reading my stories say that they think something like that is necessary. So I'm not really sure about that. So, but that's good. If it's something that you need for your story, then that's great. Will this be your first book, or is this a second one, or whatever? It also depends on the story too. And my story is very character driven, and a lot of the stories about bringing up the past. Well, yeah. In that case, I'm sure you definitely do need to deal with all that in order to deal with their current life. If it brings up their past life, you would need that information. So I get that one. I just don't see a need for some people to do this for every character in their book. And I tried it, and I'm like, writing all this stuff out. I'm like, I don't think I'm going to have a need for any of it. And, someone did tell me they thought that, the person, my character, was a certain way because of probably something that happened to them when they were younger. And, I don't know. They're going to get deeper into the explanation as to why I need certain things. I've got some of my beta readers coming in with stuff I have not looked at yet. I created a spreadsheet. I'm going to try to put it all down there and compare what everybody says so I get an idea of what might need changing, what is good, because everybody has different opinions, obviously. I mean, two people can read the same book, and one can hate it and one can love it, and someone else might be in the middle there of the two of them. So, yeah. Definitely. It's currently going to be the fourth book I write, but it's going to be it's going to be the first you're trying to publish. Okay. So, series or separate 4 standalone books? Series are hard. I'm just trying to create a second book to go with my first one, and I'm having trouble getting the story. Charlie's supposed to be sending me books on writing thrillers because I want to learn how to write thrillers. The one I wrote, I did all on my own without reading a craft book, and I have no idea if it's good, bad, or different. I'm about to find out as the beta readers are starting to send in the files with their information on there on what they think. So I'm about to find out just how well I did by writing a thriller without having ever read a single craft book. So I haven't read any craft books at all I started reading Save the Cat Goes to the Movies, which is the original guy who wrote it, not the second one that's written by the woman. Save the Cat writes a novel, not that one. Didn't like that one at all. And I did buy that as a book. So I have that in book form. I don't know. I still have it. I may compare it to what is said in Save the Cat writes a novel. Save the Cat Goes to the Movies. Even though it's about screenplays, I was recommended it by Charlie Dorset, and they explained that it's much better written, and I do believe they are right. And I was able to follow my story, even though I didn't write anything to the beats. I didn't even know what beats were when I was writing my story. I actually did a pretty good job of following the beats, even without having any knowledge of it. So I want to write a series, but I'm going to write it like a standalone at first to see how it goes. Okay, there are a lot of stories, a lot of series that can be read as standalone, where you don't need to read them in any particular order and still understand the story. Some of them, of course, you have to read them in order, or you don't know what's going on if you missed the first book. If you don't read them in order. But there are standalone series out there, and I like those because I've read a lot of them, and you can pick up any book in the series and still know what's going on. Though sometimes it's a little weird because I like mysteries, so of course I read mystery stories. And you're reading one book and this character's alive and well, and then you read the next one and it's like, wait a minute, they're not alive and well. Something's definitely, happened to them, but you're not sure what because you're reading all around in different order. That's why I like to try to read them in order if I can. And then you get the next one and that person's alive again. It's like very confusing. But they can be standalones. You don't need to read the other books to know what's going on. You can enjoy the story anyhow. So I think, that's a good thing. But there's some series where you definitely have to read them in order for them to make any sense at all. Since I have so much trouble coming up with stories, I'm not sure I'm going to be doing a lot of series writing. Unless something changes. And I'm still thinking about trying to learn how to outline, even though I'm not an outliner. I'm a pantser. I've got books on learning how to outline, and I hope to try, especially with the second one, which doesn't seem to be coming very freely the way I'm used to a whole story coming into my mind and being there. This is not happening that way. Another thing I would like to do is write multiple series in one universe, like how Riordan does with the Percy Jackson. I'm not familiar with that particular series, but I understand what you mean about using the same universe. You wouldn't have to completely rewrite a world for each series. You could use the same world, just a different story. If I understand right. This is a good idea. Certainly. I'm not sure if Alley Cat's still here. I'm actually getting tired, which is unusual. I took my medicines. Sometimes they make me sleepy, sometimes they don't. So I'm actually getting sleepy, which is a good thing. Maybe I'll go to sleep tonight. Before 6 or 7 in the morning. And then I have to get up at 9:30 to put my mask in my machine to clean it. Yeah, I'm getting tired. I think I'm going to stop now. I've been spending, oh my goodness, 8.5 hours. Over 8.5 hours. No wonder I'm tired. I need to head to bed. So I do have to eat something else before I go to bed. So I think I'm going to call it here. I hope you come back another time. I enjoy having you. I don't know if I'm sprinting tomorrow or not. It's not my normal day. Tuesday and Thursday is 7:30. Friday at 8 are my normal days. But I like throwing pop-ups in here every now and then. Depending on how I feel tomorrow, I may pop one in. I find that if I find something to write about, maybe somebody else may have some writing they want to do. I'll pop up the stream and see what I get. So just keep an eye out. And I hope to see you soon. Good night, Mary.